Okay, so getting back into Next and Nest, found a nice little tutorial site from Geeks for Geeks, and we're going to dive into that. Okay, NextJS is probably blah 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 blah. Framework. Server-side rendering is steady. Okay, there's one common task mode to determine the current route or URL of the page. Next, this can be done using the built-in use router hook. Yes, this article will guide you through the process of getting the current route in a NextJS application. All right, so off camera, let me break this down real quick. Can I go back? We have control over, where am I? Oh, I'm in a different page. Okay, here. So, found this. This page is what I was hunting for on the Googles. And this beautiful page gave some breakdown of the SRC directory and any special doodads that you had to do in order to get that working. TLDR, I believe, is nothing. We did not have to do anything extra, except for a small adjustment in one file to add a particular path for the original app. Now, I have since rebuilt the app, created a new app with the SRC folder, and added a bunch of folders to go along with the pages and styles folder that came along with this, according to the recommendation of this page. And as we can see here, they give it the breakdown of creating your app, doing the SNO routine, and adding additional directories, and the why behind each of these additional directories. Why is my audio clipping? You don't make sense. I don't understand. So I'm going to take the noise canceling off and see if that solves my clipping problem. Okay, so we have the components folder, the pages folder. As a matter of fact, let's do this. We can see them side by side, right? We have the components folder, which contains our reusable React components. Pages folder. Page components automatically routed by NextJS. So NextJS automatically routes the files that are in there. That's how its routing works. The pages directory is special in NextJS. Each file in this directory corresponds to a route in your application. For instance, look at the mouse right here. For instance, pages/index.js maps to the home page /route. And pages/about.js maps to /about. Now, if you remember from my last video, the thing that I was hunting down is how do I get the /API route in Next.js, right? So I think that answers my question. Theoretically, I do believe that answers that question. So we'll test that out later on. in the code that I've got, well, I'll dive into it later on, but in that code that I have, there's a app.ts, API.ts file, right? And we want that to be on an endpoint of /API. So I think creating that file in this folder will do that. Okay, so that's a hypothesis. We'll test that out later on. Styles contains CSS and other styling files. Styles directory is used for all your CSS and styling needs. This can include global styles, CSS modules, and style components. Okay. Context manages global state using React Context API. The context directory is for managing global state using the React Context API. Context allows you to share state across multiple components without having to pass props down manually at every level of the component tree. Groovy. We're going to get into that. Hooks contains custom hooks for using stateful logic. The hooks directory contains custom React hooks, which are functions that allow you to reuse stateful logic across multiple components. Hooks are a powerful feature for encapsulating and sharing complex logic. Services handles API calls and React services. The services directory is used for files responsible for handling API calls, authentication, and other backend services. This separation helps to keep the logic for interacting with external resources isolated from your UI components. Utils stores utility functions used across the project. Utility functions that are used across your application can be placed in the utils directory. These functions might include date formatting, data transformation, or other common tags that don't fit neatly into other directories. Oh, you know one thing I forgot. Do I have, I don't. Hold on, let's see. Let's open up Eeny, Meeny, Mighty Mo. Which one do I want? Let's try this one. Let me open up my Discord, and I'll just have that opened up on the side. No, it's still loading on my other screen. Come on, there you go. Okay, now you're open. Let's hop in here. Okay, let's turn that on. All right, great. We've got me going. Groovy. Okay, so one more thing. I want to see if this new doodad is working at all. So let's see. Do you work? Hide overlay, huh? That looks sus. Close overlay, settings. Okay, nope. Let's see. Place window. Okay, window is placed. Okay, it's in the right spot and all of that. But it doesn't seem to be showing. Hide overlay. Show overlay. Now, there I am. Okay. Alright, well. Let's go with this for a little bit. Alright. So, let us continue. So, services. Did I already describe that? I'm going to describe it again anyway. Services directory is used for files responsible for handling API calls, authentication, and other backend services. This separation helps to keep the logic for interacting with external resources isolated from your UI components. So now the question is, do I put the API call in utils or pages, right? I gotta work that out. I'll probably start with pages and then move it to utils. Utils stores utility functions used across the project. Services. Wait, what did I just read? Oh, services. I'm sorry. In the services folder, the API call. Right. Utils functions that are used across your application can be placed in the utils directory. These functions might include date formatting, data transformation, or other common tasks that don't fit neatly into other directories. Assets stores static assets like images, fonts, other media, etc. Config contains configuration files like environment variables. Okay. Summary. The SRC directory is an optional folder convention that helps to maintain a well-defined project structure by separating all the source files from other project files. It is a widely recommended structure, especially in case of large-scale projects. Okay. All right. So that's beautiful. And now, I wish I could hit Shift bracket and make this go back or forward. I've got to figure out how to set that in this. But right now, we go back into the overall NextJS tutorial, and we're going to dive into this. Install and set up Tailwind. I think we already have that in here, right? That opens up in a new thing here. Tailwind is already set up in the one I've got. Install Tailwind. Once your next project is created, open the project's root directory and install Tailwind dependencies with the following command. Hang on. Well, hang on. Let me keep looking at this. Create Tailwind config file. Tailwind CSS init. Run the following command to create a Tailwind config file. This file can be used to extend Tailwind's functionality. The above command will create 2 configuration files in your project. Project structure. Following this, the project structure after installing Tailwind CSS. Ooh, can I? Okay, that's kind of. Can we? Is that? No, that's still tiny. Okay, it doesn't really. All right. Let's keep going. Configure template paths. We need to configure file paths for Tailwind to work. So in your Tailwind config.js file, add the following configuration. Module exports content pages. Blah 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 blah. For Tailwind to work, so in your Tailwind config file, add the following configuration. Now, this is interesting because in am I in the right one? Hold on. Who am I alternating from? Oh, here we go. So from you to we want terminal. There we go. So when I installed this this version of the app, I did so with Tailwind added in the configuration. So let's see package.json. Yep, there it is. Tailwind's post CSS, yeah. Tailwind CSS, yep. Dev dependencies, yeah. Okay, that's there. Yep. It is already in the thing. I am suspecting that this is already the case. Add Tailwind directives in your styles global.css file. Add the layer directives of Tailwind CSS. Is that already in? Is that already in the styles folder? What's here? Global CSS, boom. Import Tailwind, yep. I think this is already set up. So, yeah, testing Tailwind, React, blah, 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 blah. Step 2, run the application. You can run our next application using the following command. All right, is there a way? Okay, side quest. I want to I want to run a terminal from inside here. So I don't think you have terminal, right? No. Oops, didn't mean to do that. I gotta get used to that. Open, and then hit space again. It goes that. So how do you come out of that? Oh, just escape or backspace. Oh. Ooh, what's that? Wait a minute. Visual line. Oh, what's all of this? Backspin move, first matching, start line. Those are all the Vim commands. Oh my goodness. Last line. Yep, capital G. G25 plus 25 commands, different permutations of G. Oh, this is interesting. How did I get here? Escape, control, D, control U, scroll. I'm thinking that this is C minus means scroll. Control U? Is that control U? I'm not sure. Or is it just U? No. Okay, well, that wasn't it. That was interesting. What the heck was that? Okay, man, I really want to hit a command and have a terminal pop up over here. I should also be able to hit a command and go into a second terminal, right here. Another terminal here. Is there? Oh, wait, hold on. Do I have a? No, just these two. Okay. What's the key binding? I should. Okay, key binding, new window. Change tabs to switch to a different tab. Who is this? What's that? New terminal, daytime pop. Okay, nope. You got a terminal. Oh, Alt 1, Alt 2. Sexy mama. Alt 1. Alt, who's Alt? Where's Alt? Alt 1. Alt 2. Alt 1. Alt 2. Alt 1. Alt 2. Alt 1. Alt 2. Okay, we got a 1 or 2 at the bottom. But that's not doing anything here. Alt 1. Alt 2. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't think... Can I do that from... Because that would be neat. Alt 1. Alt 2. No. Frack. Okay. I'm gonna figure that out. I'll figure that out. Where's my other... Come here. Where's my other terminal? So you... Project Nest. Who's in here? Bam. Is everybody? Right. I want a terminal in there. What am I thinking? I'm thinking about my Vim, my NVim configuration. Where is my NVim configuration? That's the old front end. Okay, I don't need that one. This is hello. There you are. Okay, good. I already had you open. I want you to be solid. Excuse me. Okay, didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's get back. Let's Oh well, hang on. Let's just quit. And let's do this. Here we go. Okay. Profiles. I need you to be solid. So transparent. No. Light gray. No. Default. There we go. Boom. All right. And let's look at you. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go down here. Zoom all the way down, close to the bottom. Where am I listed in here? Okay, so a little bit further up. Require plugin indent auto pairs, neo tree. Oh, here, okay, neo tree, get signs, indent line debugging. Okay. All right, so those are the ones that he was talking about. Adding collection of various small independent plugin modules. Small independent plugin modules. many NVim highlight to do nodes. Where is my, wait, I'm going down. Come on. I should know what line. Oh yeah, it's like on 400 or something, right? Where did I put my plugins? Because I want to keep all my modifications in the same area. Mason LSP plugins. Okay, there we go. Here are my things. Okay, T-Pope. Okay, all right. Okay, now, here at this spot is where I want to find out where this thing is at. Okay, so hold on. Who else do we have open? I got you. That's you. Everybody else that's here. Oh, who are you? Oh yeah, that's Nest. Okay, and you. Okay, I need you to be open. I want to go find Chad again. Tools, package list. What is NVChad using for its terminal? All right, hold on. We're gonna go back to NVChad because I want that terminal. Docs config, snippets, NVChad plugins. How do you work? Fantastic. This file is used to configure UI. Base 46 plugin. It's meant to structure. Terminal. Okay, tell me about your terminal. Manage plugins. Walk through. Manage plugins. Tell me about the plugins you have. Lazy Invent plugin specs. List of default plugins. Yes, NVChad uses Lazy Invent plugin with list of default plugins. Yes, tell me. Okay, all right, fine. Look at your whole Lua file. Plenary. Volt. Oh, I wish you had a description. NVim tree. Yep. Lucas making indent blank line. NVim tree, NVim tree Lua. File managing, picker, etc. Which key? Conform, get size, Mason, NeoVim, NVim CMP load, Lua snips, auto pairing, NVim auto pairs. Yeah, we might mess with that. Okay, who else? I want your terminal. Config telescope. Okay. Tree sitter. NVim tree sitter. What are you using for your terminal? Okay, default plugins. Who's the terminal? What is it using for the terminal? Snippets theming features. Hang on. Can you just tell me? Term. Inbuilt features terminal. New terminal windows. Term. How are you doing that? Term. NVChad's terminal module. To toggle and run commands in NeoVim terminal buffer. NeoVim terminal buffer. Its features are creating new terminal windows, creating toggleable terminal windows, creating terminal window for code runner. All of the above functions allow floating horizontal vertical windows. Each window can have its own highlight group. Using it with our telescope picker to unhide terminal buffers. Check UI plugin docs. Is this something I can get going in Kickstart? What is this a plugin I can cheat sheet, right? Okay, now we get into a whole bunch of other stuff. Colorfly, right? Colorfly. Check UI plugin docs. Oh geez, what? What is that? There's nothing here. Oh, okay, let's go back. What are you using for that? NVChat managing and hiding terminal buffers. How are you pulling this off? Oh, we have no audio. Thank you. Great. Oh, okay, hang on. Let's pop into this. Let's start this over again. Hold on. Pfetch. Oh God, I can hardly even. Hang on. Are we? What's with the resolution on that? Let's try this again. Pfetch. Oh, keep going. Fetch. Stop. Artix, Linux, the shell, running it. Pfetch? What's Artix? Oh, Artix, Linux. Keep going. All right. Oh, what did you run? What was that you ran? Oh. Do it again. Do you at half speed? HTC. Oh, geez, no, don't. Get out the way. All these floating things. Oh my God. No. Okay, go back by just a few. 6. All right. HT. Dear God, what is that? HTC? HTC something? No, that looked like top. Bro, I don't know what you're doing. Okay, are you running top? What are you doing? Yay, password for... Oh, wait, pick term? What was that? I just need a name, dog. Give me a name. Pick term. Looks like you're picking a terminal here. Is that what it's doing? Grep preview. Pick term. Dear God. Okay, you're not... Okay, still not telling me nothing. I need to know... Terminal. Wow, what is this terminal? Inbuilt field filters, terminal. You can apply the same logic for other terminals. Dynamic terminal padding, new terminal window, creating toggleable terminal window, set up a nerfine, new vim, nerfine stuff. Term, NVChat's terminal module. Its features are create new terminal. Leader PT. Oh God. Okay. It's still not clear. I just did. What is NVChat using for its terminal? What is that? How was that wired in? NeoVim and NVChat complete now. Okay, never. NVChat features using NVChat. Beautiful terminal. Okay, blah 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 blah. A terminal IDE. That's a bit, okay, no. At least no terminal installation. I am using for me to open a vertical horizontal terminal. What is it using? Let me ask this question. NeoVim terminal plugin. Yeah, let's see. Terminal plugin. Toggle term. A NeoVim Lua plugin. Okay, support terminal support. Right. I need a list of these things. NeoVim craft. Simple and highly configurable. Who has like a list? Yeah, essential plugins. Who has a list of? Ooh, what's this? NeoMux? A NeoVim terminal integration plugin. NeoMux packages and wraps NeoVim remote goodness into your NeoVim terminals, so you can work with NeoVim's term. Wait, what? NeoVim has a term emulator in some interesting new ways. Here are some of the things it lets you do. See, you sound like T-Mux. Oh my god, come on. There we go. Oh, I did that. Wow, that's so ugly and loading. 6 years ago, 4 years ago, that's okay. Nice. Okay, cool. Tell daddy about this. Oof, do you have a different Smith plugin other interface? Do you not have a different, like a night mode or something? How come nobody has a night mode like the front? Okay. Alright, oh, I need to put my glasses on. Yes, daddy feels the caffeine. It's working, starting to work. It feels good, feels good. Dirt. All right, let's go. Little sip of more coffee, caffeinated beverage. Chase that with some liquid. Some aguito. Okie dokie. All right, now NeoMux, a NeoVim terminal integration plugin. Okay, hang on. We're teeny tiny, and my eyeballs can't handle that, so let's pop that up. NeoVim packages and wraps NeoVim remote goodness into your terminal, so you pipe commands from the shell into a NeoVim window and back to the shell via standard in, standard out. Easily jump to any NeoVim windows with 3 keystrokes, even when you have lots of splits and windows in between. No more to get to the third window on the right. Get and set the contents in Vim registers with the command line view setup. It's definitely been a big quality of life improvement for me. Maybe it will be useful for others too. Echo Hive from NeoMux. Startup time. Hi. NeoMux, interesting source, blah 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 blah. Okay, you're a terminal. Ooh, sexy. Right, because I'm in the terminal. I just need to open up a terminal from inside you. Oh, quick start. Install NeoMux. Start a NeoMux shell with NeoMux. Map to leader sh by default and use VW. Window number, file, and friends to open files in Vim windows from the shell. Installation. Install NeoVim. Install the plugin into NeoVim, your favorite plugin manager. Vim plug. This is a good place to start. Optional. It's optional for speed. Install NeoVim remote. NeoMux is meant to replace tools like Tmux. Instead of relying on Tmux or a fancy tabbed terminal emulator to run multiple shell windows, many of which, if you're anything like me, have instances of NVim running inside of them. You can, oh yeah, that's an option too, Tmux. You can instead just have one NeoVim session open and run your shells inside NeoVim. Vim has great tab and window splitting support, so you can rely on NeoVim's mature window and tab management workflow to make flipping between the files you're editing and your shells painless. Files and shells are both first-class citizens, and all of the tools you need to pass data between your Vim and your shells are included. You can start a Mux shell and a NeoVim window with NeoMux or with the mapping leader sh. Terminals started via the methods will not have. Terminal started via other methods. Term will not have NeoMux functionality. Hold on. So let's get back to this. Yes, right. Oh yes, because I stopped that from running. Cool. Show me. So are you saying that? What's my focus? What's my mouse focus. Okay, so we're here. So you said I can do term, boom, hot dog. Look at that. And now we're in terminal. Ain't that something? That's weird. Okay, so can we do ls? Like, how do you? Okay, oh, I guess I take. Okay, now li, boom, yes. Oh, that's. Daddy didn't realize that was a thing. Okay. Yes. Daddy likes. Daddy likes it. All right. So yeah, so I can start this puppy from right here. All right. That solves my immediate problem. But how do you get out of this? Oh, that's a good question. How do you exit? How do you exit? I don't know. Cannot make changes, modifiable. Okay, it's off. How do you get out of this? I mean, if I hit, if I run the thing and I've got all that going inside this buffer, how do I get out of that? I mean, okay, so change mode. Okay, so we're in that. How do I get back out of? Okay. How do I get out of this? Oh no. I am in that terminal in this spot. How do we get out of this? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. If you don't know, go ask. So it's probably a Vim thing too, a regular Vim thing too, right? I bet you it is. Let's just something that I never ever used. I bet you it is. Hold on, what's this? Term. Yep, look at that. Ain't that something? This is a regular Vim thing that I forgot. See, I knew there was a way to do this. I bet you I did this 10 some odd years ago when I was using Vim on a regular basis, but here we go. So, but how do you get out of that? How do you exit term? Okay, how to exit term in Vim. Oh, exit from terminal mode in Vim, yeah. Just came back from help video, and that's definitely a command I should put in my toolbox. And okay, how do you get out of that? Oh, thank you for the brightness in my face. Okay, I can't figure out how to get back to normal mode after entering terminal in insert mode. Okay, you're supposed to press Control N. Control N. See help terminal emulator for mapping suggestions to map escape to exit terminal mode. Control /N. Okay, so let's see if that works. So Control/N. Nope. Or is it Control/N? Aha. That puts me back in Vim mode, and then I can quit. Boom. And now I'm back to where I want to be. Oh, sex. Okay. Oh, mommy. Okay, hang on. Some old Vim stuff I done forgot, bro. Okay. Okay, so let's see. In Vim /Vim. Terminal. So we'll say that. How I'll put you. So we say term. Enter it with term. enter R, enter it with term, exit with control backslash in control. How do you say this? How do I want to say this? Yeah, control plus control N. Okay, okay, yeah, like this. Yeah, I will understand that. Let's get back over here. Okay, why are you so long? Get over here. We'll do this like this. Yeah, okay. Control slash control minus in. Boom, like that. Alright, cool. Alright. Exit with this. Enter with that, exit with this. Alright, cool. Alright. Nice and delicious. Okay, so now that's nice. So let's get back over here. My bad. Did that change? Yeah, okay. Nope. Oh, interesting. Oh, just hitting this with the mouse pulled me out of it. Look at that. Huh. And now I'm back into the, hang on, which one will it exit? I'm just curious. Yep. Curious. And okay, and in Vim you can just hit the puppy with the mouse. But I want to go back into global, open that puppy back up in term. Boom. Insert ls boom control backslash in swaha. Yep, pops it out. Okay, and then quit. Boom, and you're back. That's sexy. Okay, now we go back. Boom, and I'm back where I was. Okay. But what if I want to run that and have that running at the bottom? Okay, so now I have options. So the naked terminal, I get that. Let's go back and play with this business because this was interesting. So NeoMux will, where was I reading for? Okay, terminal started via other methods will not have NeoMux functionality. NeoMux will automatically tell the shell to use your current NeoVim session as the default editor via blah 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 shell variable. This means that tools like Git and this will open your files in NeoVim session. Make sure you use NeoVim's add buffer delete commands when you are finished editing your files to modify the calling program you are done. It's equivalent to closing a non-NeoMux editor. Window navigation. See, yeah, it's still too much. After installing NeoVim, you will notice that every window in Vim now shows a numeric identifier in its status bar that looks like this. This number identifies every window on the screen. It is how you refer to individual windows in NeoMux key bindings. Tutorial. An extended version of the tutorial is available on introducing blog posts. All NeoMux terminals come preloaded with some handy new shell commands. Okay, working with. I want to see a whole list of things like this, tools like this. How can I be like, oh, shell script, NeoMux, Tmux, terminal. All right, that's sexy. Control terminal. Let's see if we can get this. God, my S's are real loud. I have a hardware solution that I think I'm gonna try with this, but I have no idea if I can fit it on this mic. But I'm gonna figure it out. But yeah, we'll just have to see. Oh, you know what? There's gotta be some. Yeah, I gotta find a fluffy cover. A fluffy cover can't be that expensive, right? Okay, let's see this terminal. Come here. Oh God. Vim float term. Oh good Lord. Sorcery terminal. Okay, who has the most stars? Can we sort by stars? Tip used. JK never had npm to flip pages, tag terminal. I want to sort this page according to stars. How can I sort according to stars? Not a plugin. Nope. Go back. I want to. How come I can't sort ya? Completion code display, integrations interface, other, submit plugin. Okay, 15 plugins. I guess they all fit on the same page, so. Alright. Vim easy term. Nope. Maybe they are. No. Well, no. What's this mean? Bundle pathogen, neo bundle, uses I get a send to window. This boy. Good lord, they can't hold. I mean, this one is, these two are really seem to be neo term. Not neo. Interesting. Neomux is neo. Oh, there's Neomux. Neo term or Vim float term. Let's see what you boys are all about. Let's see. It's pop you open and pop you open. And send to Vim REPL, huh? Vim REPL? Best REPL environment for Vim. Okay. Alright, somebody, is that Chinese, Korean, Japanese? I'm ignorant, I can't tell. Looks, I'm not sure. Alright, let's close this. Oh god, brightness again. Oh god. Okay, here, yes. Let's take care of all that. Come here. Alright, who has the biggest one? 1340. Okay, so you two. Neoterm, wrapper of some Vim NeoVim's terminal functions. Alright, tell me about you, my friend. Use the same terminal for everything. The main reason for this plugin is to reuse the terminal easily. All commands open a terminal. If one does not already exist, REPL commands open a terminal in the proper REPL if not already opened. NeoVim terminal helper. Functions commands wraps REPLs to receive current file, line, or selection. Multiple terminal support. Alright, T1 watch echo. Neoterm 1. T2 ls. Tkill 1. I just want to know, or have some similar functionality as the terminal in VChat. What is VChat using? Or is it using a completely different thing? Minipack, manual, Windows default behavior is to create a new buffer on the current window when opening a neo term. You can change this with default methods, send commands to a new term window, multiple window commands, Tesla, What's this? Pry. Oh, wait, what? Jupyter. Supported REPLs. Wait, what? So this supports Pry? PHP, Python. Troubleshooting. Just standard file extensions for the above REPL are packed by NeoVim Vim's default file type plugins. However, there are some exceptions. Julia, Idris, LFE. If you want to use Jupyter, blah 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 blah, contribute to the documentation. Man, it's like I'm just gonna have to like try these and see what fits really. Let's see, what does this one do? Currently has some issues. NeoVim terminal for floating pop-up. Use NeoVim terminal in the floating pop-up window. float term. So you kind of like a pop-up terminal? Support NeoVim float when in Vim 8 pop-up window. Terminal, multiple terminal instances. Switch preview floating terminal buffers. Switch preview floating terminal buffers using fuzzy finder plugins such as definite. Blah 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 blah. Requirements: Vim or NeoVim with terminal feature. Installation. Vim float term. Called. Get started. Use float term as commands. Open the float term window. Blah blah. Okay. Walls of text. I need a short video that explains this to me in less than 5 minutes. What is all of this? Plug in float term. Oh god. Okay, advanced topics. Use the command line tools. Float term. Blah 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 blah. Oh, Ranger. This plugin also be a handy Ranger plugin since it also uses a Ranger wrapper. LazyGit for the use with other plugins. Definitely. Oh my god. If I'm oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Good lord. Okay. Let's go back up here. Vim float term. Hold on. Does anybody have a? Hold on, YouTubes. Oh wait. Hold on. We gotta do something real quick. Excuse me. Put it over here. Come here. Oh no, I don't want that. No. Just make everything huge. Okay, get over here. Let's do this. Let's get you in here. And okay, I gotta bring that back up because that just disappeared. Okay, there we go. Alright, now let's go to oh boy, hang on, you're not up here. Let's go to here. Let's load that. Right. Okay, let's do that, and let's get that going. Whee! Okay, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, let's manifest that. Okay. Let's get over here and let's put that in the thing up here. There we go. Yeah. Okay, let's get back to this. So focus. We gotta do some hard flying 5 joysticks and face tracking, huh? Oh, Daft Punk. Okay, we're doing a little mix of Daft Punk. Okay, cool. What are we doing? Vim float. Okay, Vim. Look at you see a pretty face and then you're all like, I can't focus. My brain just falls out of my head. Okay, Vim float term. Yes, tell me about this, please. Vim float term. Floating terminals. Is this the deal? 7,000. I just want like filter by view count because I just don't want to LazyGit Vim float term inside of Vim because why not? Because why not? All right, 5 years ago. Okay, why are you okay? LazyGit, which you can manage repository standalone. But you're not talking about. I guess you are somewhere in here. So then there are a lot of different plugins to do things like terminals. He's got 13,000. I don't know. Okay, 59. What's that? Oh, it's 7 minutes. Let's see. Let's go in on that.
Git is a command line tool to manage your Git repository. It can be either opened from your terminal or inside your NeoVim instance using the float term or LazyGit extension. With LazyGit, you can control your Git repository in an easy and fast way. You don't have to type many commands to accomplish simple tasks. It allows you to add files and see their diffs, resolve merge conflicts, check out and create branches, scroll through your history, push and pull from remote repositories, cherry pick commits, and much more. The installation is simple. You just install LazyGit with the package manager of your operating system.
Demo.
First, I'm going to show you LazyGit itself, and later on I will tell you how to embed it into NeoVim. Let's first start with a fresh new directory and enter LazyGit. You can see that it wants to create a new Git repository because it didn't find any. This behavior is consistent inside LazyGit. Based on common tasks, LazyGit will always help you with proper recommended actions.
He's all about LazyGit.
On the left, you can see different panes which can be accessed using the numbers 1 to 5. We have the status, files, the branches, the commits, and stash. Let's quit LazyGit by pressing Q. Let's create a new file.
Alright, so hold on, dog. I'm gonna pop this in here into save. We're gonna watch that later. I need to be more specific about this. So, okay, dude, let's see this guy. Tell me about float term. Load me up, homie. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Please do it.
So in Vim, there are a lot of different plugins to do things like LF integration, Ranger integration, FZF integration, and a bunch of other applications that run inside of your terminal integrated into Vim. But why use all of these different plugins when you can just use one plugin that handles all of it? So today we're going to be looking at something called float term, which basically what it does is wraps around the terminal built into Vim and NeoVim and sticks it inside of a floating window. And alongside of that, it has a bunch of wrappers for really popular applications like LF, Ranger, FCF. So you can actually use this terminal and do things like select files and other things like that without having to have all of these other plugins that are dedicated to that one application. So let's actually go see how this works. Every day that I do a new video on Vim, I feel like it's just getting closer and closer to just being Emacs. And maybe one day I'll try it Emacs, but for now I'm going to just stick with Vim because I think some of the stuff that it can do is really, really cool. So if you don't know, in Vim and in NeoVim, it actually has an integrated terminal. Now, I didn't know about this until maybe a couple of days ago, but if we run the terminal command, what this is going to do is actually open up a terminal inside of NeoVim. Now, this isn't actually perfect, and there's a couple of reasons why you might want to use float term instead of this. So if we just go into insert mode, that'll actually take us to the command prompt. And we can open up things like LF, and we can open up a file in here. So let's open up, say, this random script here. Now, you might notice there's a bit of a problem here. So what you would expect that to do is open up that file, I guess, inside of that outer Vim instance. But it doesn't actually do that. And you might be able to notice from the two status bars down here and my two NetTrue windows. So what's actually happened here is we've opened up a shell inside of Vim, and then inside of that shell, we've opened up Vim again. So we've actually got two instances of Vim running right now, and the outer one's basically doing absolutely nothing. So I think the best way to, I guess, describe this is to show you the process of actually quitting out of this window. So to actually get back to this outer Vim instance, what we have to do is first quit out of this file, then quit out of my terminal file manager, then quit out of the terminal, and now we're actually back inside of Vim. So there was a couple of extra layers there that didn't really need to be there, and this is where float term can actually be really useful. Now, the terminal is a little bit different over in regular Vim, but the concept still basically holds true. So if we open up the terminal command in here it's a split instead of taking up your entire screen. I don't know why it defaults differently like that, but that's sort of what it does. So the exact same problem exists here, but at least when you're using regular Vim, it'll be in a split, so you can actually still see what's going on down here. It's still not perfect, but it is a little bit better. Now back in NeoVim, I can show you what float term is going to do. So you actually can do float term in basically the same way we just saw before. So if we just open up a new float term instance by just running float term and then running new, this opens up basically the same thing we just saw before, but this time it's just in a floating window rather than taking up our entire screen. So if we were to open up something like LF in here, and we go into my scripts, and I don't know, let's just open up this script right here. So this is basically the same thing that we saw before, but this time it's just in a floating window. But you don't have to use float term in this way, and this is where float term gets super useful. So if instead of doing it like this, what we do is we actually open up float term with a command. So let's do something like float term new and open it up with the lf command. Now, at this stage, you might not really be seeing anything that different. It's just automatically opened up lf. Why is this different? Well, what this has actually done is opened up lf with the lf wrapper. So let's go into my scripts folder and let's just open up a script in here. And this time what it's going to do is instead of opening up inside of this floating window, it's going to open up inside of this outer Vim window. So let's just open up this one here. Bam. Worked perfectly fine. And the same thing's going to be true for using things like Ranger. I don't have Ranger installed, but I do have FZF installed. So if we go float term new FZF, so this opens up an FZF window, and let's give that a second to load everything. I don't know, let's open up D-Man or something. Yeah, we'll open up this script here and give that a second. There we go. Now, I don't know why it was a little slow there. I think that might have just been the fact that I was recording. I've never actually seen it do that. Generally, it's going to be pretty much instant. But if you are using slower hardware, then I guess that problem probably could crop up a bit more often. So when you're actually making a new floating term window, you don't actually just have to use the default settings that you've set with your variables. You can actually go and configure it while you're actually making it, but for the most part, I would recommend just setting this to something like a key mapping. So the way you actually go and configure this is basically just passing in options. So let's say we want to set the height to be, I don't know, 0.6, and we want the width to be something like 0.4. So if we run this now, as you can see, the sizing has changed a little bit, but let's actually try something a little bit different, just so it's a bit clearer that it actually has changed. So if we just quit out of this one here, and let's just rerun that same command, but this time let's change the width to be 0.9. So basically what that means is 90% of the entire Vim width. So we run this now, and as you can see, that is 90% of the Vim window. And that's not all that can be configured. So I've got this long command here that actually shows you most of the things you can configure. So if we just paste that in, so float term new -- height equals 0.6. So that's 60% of the Vim height and 40% of the Vim width. And then we have the win type, and let's just change the win type from being floating to being normal, because floating is actually the default mode. So set that to normal. Normal will basically open up in a split. The name is basically the name of the actual window. So with the commands like float term show, float term hide, you can basically hide and show a window based on its name. And then the position should be pretty obvious. And top left isn't actually a valid position for win type normal. So let's just set it to left. So if we open this window up now, it's going to appear over on this side right here. And run this. As you can see, it's appeared as a left split. Now, when it comes to the position, the types of positions you can set depend on the mode you're actually in. So in win type normal, you can set top, right, bottom, and left. But in win type floating, you have top, right, bottom, and left. But then you have things like center, top, left, top, right, so on and so forth. And then also auto, which places at the cursor position. So moving on from float term new, there's a couple of commands like float term toggle, show, hide, next, and previous, which are all pretty self-explanatory, but they also are a little bit annoying to use in the situation that you're actually going to want to use them. So if we just toggle the terminal, what that's going to do is actually re-show the terminal. Now, once we're actually in this bit here, there's not actually a way to get back to command mode from what I've seen. I think you actually have to quit out of this terminal to actually get back out. Now, I know I can click up here, and that takes me back into focusing on that window. So I assume there is some sort of binding for this, but I haven't found anything in the float term documentation. I haven't found any reference to it inside of the Vim documentation, so I'm not actually sure how this would work. But luckily, if you do things like set up key bindings do still work from here. So key bindings on things that obviously don't print out characters, so things like your F keys, or if you do control bindings or alt bindings. So I've got float term toggle bound to F12, and basically that's just going to show and hide the terminal. And then I've got next and prev set up to F10 and F11. So if I press F10, what that's going to do is cycle previously. If I press F11, that's going to cycle next. And I'm sure there's some way to actually run the commands when you're actually in terminal mode, but I haven't found a way to do so. So if someone knows how that works, then feel free to let me know. And according to the float term documentation, there's one command that exists that I don't think actually exists. So if I quit out of this terminal, what you're going to see is there's not a command called float term kill. Now what float term kill is going to do should be pretty obvious. It should actually kill the terminal window. But it doesn't seem to exist. I can't tab complete it. If we tab complete from float term, there's no command in here called float term kill. But if I go and search for it over here, float term kill, it seems to exist in the documentation. So unless it was removed or it's currently being added, it doesn't seem to actually exist right now. So the only way to actually kill one of the windows is to basically just exit out of the terminal, or other ways you can go and regularly kill a terminal. And there are two other commands that actually do exist. Now, one of them, it has the same problem as things like cycle, next, and show, and hide. And that is float term update. Now, what float term update is supposed to do is let you do things like update the width of a window, update the height of it, change the various attributes in it. So the problem with this is I haven't found a way to actually run the command when you're actually in terminal mode, and you can't run it outside of terminal mode. So if we just run it like this, as you're going to see, it says I need to be in a floating window to change the window options. But I don't know of a way to actually run the command when I'm actually in the floating window, so I don't know how that actually works. Once again, if someone knows how to run that command when you're actually in terminal mode, let me know. But from what I see, that there's not a way to do that. Obviously, you could map that to a key binding, but this is something you're probably going to want to change on the fly. You probably don't just want to have this be something that's actually static. And then we also have float term send, which I'm pretty sure just doesn't actually work. So what float term send is going to let you do is send a command to a job in a floating terminal. Now, the problem here is it actually lets you actually send a command. The problem, though, is that you can't specify the name of the terminal you want to send it to. You might be saying, well, can't you just use the name command here? Well, yes, you can, but it actually interprets the name command incorrectly. So if we just run float term send --name equals test, and let's send the command ls. Now, what it's going to do here is interpret the name of the terminal as --name equals test ls. Now, obviously, that's not how it's supposed to work. What it should do is interpret the name as test and then run the command ls as it shows in the example right here. So I'm guessing this command doesn't actually work properly, but luckily, the main reason to use float term isn't things like send and update, it's for the integration. So if we go down a bit, you can see some of the integrations that actually do exist. So besides the stuff I mentioned earlier, there's also an integration for things like Git, for actually FCF I mentioned, but there's FFF, there's NNN, LF I mentioned already, Ranger, VIFM, LazyGit. So LazyGit is actually a terminal-based Git interface. There's an integration with a Python shell, and there's a bunch of other stuff like that as well. So this is why you might...
does this... Hold on. Do I... let's see. Blake, hold on. Do we have... Well, first off, hang on, let's go back to eeny, meeny, miny, mo, eeny, miny, mo, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay, let's go back to you. And are we in the right location? Am I in the right location? LS, come here. LS, boom. Yes, so let's go to town. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, what is with that? That's... Why are you not... Oh, why are you not completing? Bro, why is that not... Why is that not completing? No, oh, that's disturbing. What's going on with you? What is going on with you? CD... Oh, TUA. Yeah, okay. Oh, What the heck was I typing in before? CDT, TA, oh, TAT, oh, there you go. And wait, misspelling? That's why. You said Tua, not towel. Oh, okay. All right. We'll fix that later on. All right. So, what am I going? You're going to... Okay, let's go to Tua. That's why that went... you chucklehead. Oh, good. All right. So, we are... Okay, we do have it commit. Okay, good. So, that means, let me bring you back up so I can see you. Do I need to have you open? Probably. Oh, I don't care. No, close it. All right, we'll keep that open for now. I want to know, do we have, is this a thing? Let's see, bring you here. Because I know there was some stuff. Hold on. Lazy, is it a capital L? No, lazy git? Lazy git? Is that a thing? No. Okay. Cool. I can add it. Okay. Because that's sexy. What else? What did this have? What does this have? So let's go here. Let's go in here. Oh, this is going to require me to, what line? 464. Okay. This is going to have to, I'm going to have to, who, Vim, telescope. Okay, so we got telescope. We've got not a lot of stuff. Plenary. Counting here, what is plenary? Telescope FC. Okay, so that's some of that. Fuzzy Finder, telescope fuzzy finder, right? Plugins can be some principles. Fuzzy Finder. Folk, which key? Use plugin to show you pending keybinds. Okay. Lazy. Oh, lazy git. That's what my brain was thinking. Okay. Lazy. Oh, what am I? Okay, duh. Hold on. Hold on. What's here? What do we say? What do we say here? We say, close the thing. Boom. Or then we say, lazy. You will tell me who my list is, right? Blink fidget. Get signs. Okay. Oh, so get signs is installed. Lazy dev. I don't know what that is. Lewis Snip Mason. Mini. What is mini? Oh, nature's calling. I'll be right back. You know what we need now? We need our snackables. Let's get our snackable things that we purchased because we wanted snackable things. So, cut it open. Come here, come here, Dada. Let Dada eat ya. Okay. All right. So, fried fruit fingers. Wow, now. Pretty good. Yep. Nibble on that. Yep. All right. Go Neo. Okay. So, what else do we have here? Clean? Do I want to clean those? Oh no, is it okay, so here's all the crazy mess I have, which is not a lot. Which key, right? Guess intent, right? Mini. What is mini? Come here, you. Think. Open a web browser. What is mini? Library of good lord. Oh, this is like a whole library of things. Swiss Army knife. I have no idea. There's so many things. Modules. Good lord. Plan modules. Extend and create. Align text. Auto pairs. Split and join arguments. I gotta learn how to use these things. Bracketed, clue, plugin, another plugin thing. Oh, Git integration. Mini Git. Okay, sessions, session management, sessions, session management, animate common new of M actions, cursor patterns use, tab line, mini tab line, trail space, fuzzy test. Ooh, okay, what is this mini Git thingy? Let's go take a look at that. README, let's see. Mini Git. Oh, you know what? I need some background music. Come back on background music. Let's get you one here. This was please the host of personal blah blah get up account blah 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 blah. This is a part of minivan library. Please don't see the deposit. Okay. Timo, if you want to help this project, man. All right. 40-second thingy. Show me what it does. Git add, git commit. You can see your commits. Oh, okay. This is there's a whole thing. Oh. I suspect maybe Telescope is using this. Diffs? Oh, interesting. Okay, so, automated tracking Git related data root paths and exposes buffer local variables convenient in the status land. Range of history. Okay, so there's to read more, see these tags now. Git, mini Git examples, enable installation. All right, so we gotta explore that. Okay, where were we going? We were trying to understand about this floaty thing, which is kind of sexy. Float term. Lazy Git is something I need to keep my eyeballs on because that's sexy. But can I get that functionality just in the Telescope that we've got already? I need to figure that out. But anyway, let's not get distracted. What I need to figure out is this terminal situation. So let's get back.
I actually want to use float term. So instead of having a bunch of different plugins to do things like Ranger integration and Git integration and FZF integration and maybe even the Python shell, instead of doing all that, what you can do instead is just do all of it in this single plugin. So one last thing I do want to talk about is just a little bit of the configuration. So all of those values that we were setting with float term new, they can all be set just as regular variables just so they can be the default values. So let's say you always want your windows to take up, I don't know, 90% of the width and 50% of the height, and you always want them to show the window title.
Hold on, this is bugging me. Nope, we want to do that. Hold on. Do I want to do this? Okay, my gut tells me not to do this on the stream, so let me pull this out. I'm gonna change my face. All right, give me a second here. All right, let's get you big. Switch. Nope. I need to settings. Maybe settings. Maybe go settings. Okay, there. Channel status was added. Manage channel view advanced settings. I want to change my picture. You remember my picture? All right, that only I can hear because I'm gonna. Nope. Stop. Okay, view. There's Customize channel, manage videos, customize channel, customize my face, customize my face. Okay, change, picture, change. There we go. I want a different picture for my thing here. Let me go. Alright, where's the pictures? Oh, good lord, there's everything on my computer in here. Okay, here's pictures. Right. But where's the folder with Fonzo? Let's see. There it is. Okay, we have a Fonzo. Okay, ooh. Too bad that this, how come this doesn't give me like images, visuals? Okay, here we go. Okay, Wizard 1, Wizard 2. Okay, which way you want to I'm gonna have to take a look at that inside of here. So let's go. Open up a new window. Okay, where's my new window? Where'd it go? Hold on. Maybe it's behind. Yeah, it did. Okay, so let's go here. Let's go to Fonzo. Come here, Fonzo. Where you at, Fonzo? There we go. Alright. Yeah. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, I see. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna grab that one. 2. Yep. Number 2 is the one we want. We're gonna select that puppy. Fatal. Yes. Done. Boom. There it is. There we go. Okay. Alright, so, change, remove, blah, 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 blah. Do I have to, Adventures in web development and other nerd things. Other nerd things. Okay. Alright. Publish that. Alright. Now. Alright, it is looking meant to use a picture that's at least blah 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 blah. Okay, so do I have to reload you? That'll probably take a minute. Oh, interesting. It's got that's different. Hang on. Let me see this. What about you? Which one do I want? That does the same thing, but this has a border around it. Where'd that border come from? I don't know. Do I want to keep the border? I'm not sure. That looks kind of tiny in the corner, though. Hang on. Let's do this. Let's try. I like that too. That's not bad either. That's kind of like a mix of the two. Decisions. Which decision do I want to go with? Okay, yep. Or we could do this one. That could be more on point, right? Like the groovy. We could do the groovy. Let's try Wizard 1. Ooh. Oh, interesting. Curious. I'm gonna say done. Yeah, what's with the black border? Where'd that come from? Let's change this again. And let's go back to, I don't like picking all these. Let's try that one. Let's do this. Yes, let's keep that. Boom. Bam, son. Okay. So we'll do this. Alright, cool. Publish. We're just gonna be groovy, baby. We're just gonna be groovy. There it is. Boom. Okay, there it is. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know you want to be groovy. Come on, be groovy. Alright, let's go back here. Alright, that only I can hear.
There we go.
Because I'm going to
Groovy
re-edit
sauce.
this later on. Okay.
And post this video on YouTube. So
Okay, alright, cool. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Yay! Alright, now we got that. I think I have that the way I want it. For now. Alright, let's close that out. We'll close this out. And, do I need to close this out? Probably do, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay, so now we're back to float term and all that jazz. Alright, eventually. Alright, float term. Eventually, you will.
So in Vim, there are a lot of different plugins to do things like LF integration, Ranger integration, FZF integration, and a bunch of other applications that run inside of your terminal.
Let's jump back to where we were before.
And there's a bunch of other stuff like that as well. So this is why you might actually want to use float term. So instead of having a bunch of different plugins to do things like Ranger integration and Git integration and FZF integration and maybe even the Python shell, instead of doing all that, what you can do instead is just do all of it in this single plugin. So one last thing I do want to talk about is just a little bit of the configuration. So all of those values that we were setting with float term new, they can all be set just as regular variables just so they can be the default values. So let's say you always want your windows to take up, I don't know, 90% of the width and 50% of the height, and you always want them to show the window title. So all of those settings can be done with just regular variables. So things like setting the win type, that'll be done with g:float_win type, or g:float_win title for the window title. Then we have the width, the height, the window blend. Now window blend only works on NeoVim just because in regular Vim and NeoVim, this plugin will behave a little bit differently, and the way that they've actually integrated floating windows is a little bit different. So some of the settings are just for NeoVim because regular Vim right now can't actually handle them. But there's a bunch of other stuff in here as well, so I'm not going to go into all of these. But if you want to come check them out for yourself, then there'll be a link to the GitHub page down below. And obviously you can also check on the float term documentation inside of Vim. So if we just go over to my NVim configuration, we can see what I'm actually setting. So if we go down a bit to float term. So I'm not doing a ton of configuration. There's only really a couple of things I'm doing in here. So I've got one binding in here to Alt-T, and this basically will open up a new terminal window. So this is just a bit of an easier way than having to write float term new. So let's just quit out of this one. And the main thing that I'll normally run float term with is with LF. So if I run Alt-R, what that's going to do is directly open up the LF command. So I can go and actually select another file in here, and that will then automatically jump to that file. And really the only other settings I've got in here are for setting some of the other key bindings, so things like float term toggle, float term next, float term previous, and also I've got another binding in here for float term new, but that one should probably be removed. So all of the commands we were running earlier, so new, previous, next, hide, show, kill, and toggle, except for kill because that one doesn't actually exist, all of those can be given key bindings by just setting the variable for float term underscore keymap underscore whatever the command you're running is. So in the case of toggle, it would be float term underscore keymap underscore toggle, or for hide, float term underscore keymap underscore hide. Pretty straightforward how that works. And obviously you could just do it in the regular sort of Vim mapping way where you do it like I've done up here. Either of these methods will work, whichever one you feel a bit more comfortable doing. So that's pretty much everything for what float term can do. And as for the installation, it's pretty straightforward how it works. All I'm doing is in my Vim plug block, I'm actually just downloading the plugins. So plug Volcus, I don't know how to say this name, /vim-float term. And if you're using a different plugin manager, I don't think any of the others are described on the GitHub page, but I presume that you actually no, dayin.nvim is. So if you're using dayin.nvim, that's the form it would need to be in. And if you're using any other sort of plugin manager, then I assume you probably know how that plugin manager actually works. Now, if you're using NeoVim, there's one other thing you probably will want to download as well. So if we go down to this section right here, you're going to want to download a program called NeoVim-Remote, and this can be downloaded with pip. So pip3 install NeoVim-Remote, and that's just to make sure that some of the integrations in NeoVim are actually going to work. For whatever reason you need this extra dependency that isn't actually a thing you need just with regular Vim. I presume it just has something to do with the way that NeoVim actually handles its floating windows. So I think that's pretty much everything I wanted to say about float term. And if you just ignore some of the weird inconsistencies that exist within the documentation, and I guess you set up key bindings to make it so it's considerably easier to actually run some of the commands. Once again, if there is a way to actually get into command mode when you've actually opened up a terminal, let me know, because I haven't found a way to do so, and I did look for it for quite a bit. I could have just completely missed out on it and just, I don't know, I'm completely blind. If there is something there, let me know and I'll pin the comment or something like that, because I do think these floating windows actually are pretty cool. And if there is a way to, I guess, switch your focus between them, then I would like to know that, because that will make it considerably easier to actually use this plugin. So,
man, facts, because if I can switch focus, I can run something in the terminal, go back into Vim, and then do, no remap, silent leader T, float term toggle. This might be the solution right here. I think I had to wrap up some file managers. Am I a joke to you? Oh, I know about that. Right. So that's how you, that's how you close it out. But how do I keep it running in the background? I like it for being just the editor. Alright. Oh, wait. What's that? I don't know in float term, but in native terminal mode in NeoVim Vim, what is going to reach normal mode from insert mode? Right. Okay, can I run that in the background, right? Okay. So float term, I got some information about float term, which is interesting. I wish I had a, can I star this maybe? Yeah. Can I star this? Wait, hold on before I do that. Yeah, okay. Alright, so let's go here. We'll star that just to kind of keep it on the radar. Okay, now we want neoterm. Now tell me about neoterm. Neoterm. Oh Lord. Neoterm? Vim? I don't know. Neoterm. Neoterm terminal plugin. Yeah, okay. NeoVim. Oh, this dude. Wait, this dude again? All right, let's rock. Hold on. He's probably wait. Easy floating terminal, floating toggleable terminal in 50 lines of Lua. My dog. Wait, okay, we're gonna do both of these. Let's see what he's got. All right, come on, load it. Load it on up. Come on, load it, let's go. Please.
Today we're going to talk about NeoVim's built-in terminal. Now, some of you might be using Tmux or ZellaJ or something else, and that's totally fine. They're really cool, and you can use whatever you want to do terminal multiplexing. For me, I just kind of got started inside of NeoVim before I knew about a bunch of those other tools. And so I've always kind of just used NeoVim's terminal originally, and now I've kind of built several workflows around it, and I quite like it. So let's go over what NeoVim's terminal is, how to do it, and then a few shortcuts that are important, as well as writing a few of our own little things to be able to use NeoVim's terminal effectively. And I'll show you one quick trick at the end where I think, like, oh, that's cool, I could automate something where that could come in. So first things first, obviously, there's going to be documentation in the terminal. And sure enough, it says run a command in an interactive shell. If you don't do anything, it's just going to start your shell. Type I to enter terminal mode. Sweet. This is how you escape. Control/Control-N. That's confusing. I know that. We'll make a different one later. That's fine. But that's okay. We'll get back to that later. And then that's pretty much it. If you want to do something special when you open terminal mode, you can do something on term open to basically like configure that. So let's go ahead and get started. We'll run term. And sure enough, right here, we've got our own little terminal here. I can run ls, I can run ls-al, I can do tree lua, and we can, right? It's just a regular old terminal. The problem is, unlike everywhere else, if you start spamming escape, I'm still in terminal mode. You can see it. I'm pointing at it out here, but you can't see anything. So that's where we need to do that thing that we read, which was Control/Control-N like this, and Control \, and then that will give us back into normal mode. Now, I mean, now something that's pretty cool is you can, do your normal stuff. You can yank this. You can search for like editor config, right? You can do a bunch of cool stuff, and you can navigate around this buffer just like you would any other NeoVim buffer, which I think is really cool and quite nice. There's a few things initially that I'm personally not a fan of, so let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and try and fix those. So first thing is, you might have noticed it said that we could do vim API nvim create auto command, and we can go term open. And for me personally, and we'll just yank these right here. I'm more of a fan of we'll do custom term open or something like this. I like vim. I like the option of number equals false and vim relative number equals false, because it just looks weird to me to have line numbers on those things. So if we execute this, then we do a new thing here, and we go term. Let's see, buff cannot be passed for window local option number. Oh, of course. Classic. Sorry. We can do vim opt. I don't know why I wrote this. We've been using vim opt. That's the better one. So we can go ahead and re-execute this, but no need to restart. This is going to clear our previous one and open up a new one. So we can run term now. And sure enough, look, there's no, you'd see like on, I guess this side for you guys, on this side of the screen, right, there is nothing, there's no more numbers. So that's nice. I like that. That's my preference. It looks more like the way that I expect a terminal to look. So that's great. You could set any other kinds of things you wanted to here to make that configurable. So that's one thing. Another thing we could do that I'm a fan of is I've got myself a little shortcut where I do something like space ST for small terminal. Okay. And what I do here is I do something like this. I say vim command, and we could go like, vnew, something like this. Okay. And then I do vim command term. So that's going to run the terminal command. And then I usually just do something like vim API nvim win set height. And I think it's just 0, and I can say 15, something like this. Makes it about 15. And I also want to do vim command, let's say win command. And let's do capital J. This puts it all the way at the bottom. So basically what this does is it goes vnew, vnew, I guess is fine either way, term, and then it does win command J, which puts this at the bottom, and then calls lua vim API nvim win set height, and it says 0 to 15. So that just makes it 15 tall. Now when I'm this zoomed in, 15 looks pretty high, but maybe we'll just say like 5, okay? And when we run this, we can close this down. Whenever I press space ST, command not found, wind command, that makes sense. Not wind command, wind command.
Okay, so right now my eyes are like glazing over like a doe in headlights. Like, oh, well, take a buck? Yeah, okay, a buck in headlights. I don't know what. Oh my god, bro. What? Oh my god.
I will try that again. And we go space ST. Now this opens little 5 lines. I could run something like git add or something, right? And I could push this, and then I do git push, and I just press, Control D to kill that, and then I'd be back to where I was. Now there's a few things that we could do that would be pretty cool inside of here. I'm not going to show you everything, but like we'll at least get a few things going here. So the first thing is let's do something like we'll say like local job ID is 0, something like this. And then let's do something here where we're just going to send an example command. So we'll say space example. This is something that we're not actually going to keep around. But what we can do here is we can do, I think it's job send. Am I right about that? Rename to chan send. Ooh, nice. It's changed since the last time I tried this out. So send data channel ID. For a job, it writes the standard in of the process. For the standard IO channels that are fitted with what's going on. So that's like the shell. And let's just send something like echo hi, like this. Now, this won't quite do what we're hoping, and that's okay. But when we run space st, now we can go something like, I see how I'm up in this buffer here. If I do space example, kind of a long keyboard shortcut, it sends echo hi down here. Now, we have a bit of a problem. We actually want to like send that we're going to do a new line here. And I think if we just put a new line like this, this might actually work. So let's quit out of this one and we'll try again, space st. Oops, I didn't resource this file here. One sec. Let's, we can just, whoops. Space X, we'll redo this whole file. We'll do space st. Now we do something like space, I'll get out of this buffer, space example, and it didn't do it. Okay, so that's fine. I have to remember, what do we need to send to actually make this go? Let's check inside of chan send. Was there something like this? Maybe a string convertible blob, or list. If data is a list, I just will join my new lines. Maybe we need to actually send like, let's try this. Control V, enter. We'll try that. I don't know if that's going to work. That doesn't work either. That's not a literal. I can't type that inside of there. No way. Oh, okay. Let me think. There's got to be a way to just send. Maybe I need to send a registered nurse instead of just this. Okay, that could be it. I think that should work. Okay. The LSP is a little confused, but oh, whatever. So let's go back to here and we'll do space example. Nice. So registered nurse, sends it as let's go. So we could change this instead to be something like, let's say we change this to be instead of hi, we say something like,
Control F.
We could run something like ls-al. Okay, in your project, maybe this would be something like make, or maybe it would be like go build, or maybe it would be like go test this thing, right? And you could actually like write this as a custom thing for yourself. The reason that I like this, that I think that this is kind of cool, we'll just LSP restart as well, because I don't know why it's angry at us.
Dog, I don't know what he's doing.
You could write something to super easily customize this to do exactly what you're looking for your particular use case, and script it all inside of your own NeoVim, right? So if we execute this, we run space st again, we can do space example, and then you would run ls-al and you can see this result here. So I just think that's pretty cool because I like being able to script this editor with Lua inside of NeoVim. And I think that like option makes it pretty interesting as something that I use.
That's not what I'm looking for. All right. He's just saying termed, and that's not new to NeoVim. That's Vim. All right, dog. And then he's doing, I don't know, that's not what I'm looking for. Floating toggleable. Okay, let's see what you got. He's going to build out the whole freaking thing in 50 lines. What are we talking? Make it a plugin.
Today we're going to go over how to make a floating window, how to sort of save the state of that floating window, and then how could we do that actually with like a terminal. So we could, with one key press, open and close a terminal and save the state of the last thing that we were doing. And even if we were running something that had like a watching job for tests or something, that it could keep going on in the background for that. Let's just go ahead and get to it. So the way that I would do this is I'm thinking I want this sort of to set up a key map that's going to be available every time I open up NeoVim. So to do that, I would do something like I would create a new folder plugin in your home like config directory. If
you have this, hold on. This is all I care about. Easy peasy, thoughtless labs. Nope, that's a Twitter thing. Course book. Okay, language. All notes. Advent. Oh, what is that? Why is that cut off? Because I want to read it. What is this? I don't have to. Oh, I'm not gonna click over here. Advent of NVim. What the heck? Advent of NVim. Oh, Jesus Christ, bro. I'm looking for the code that you just plugged in here, because that's all I care about. Thank you very much. I've been using it without knowing a lot of things. Okay, local toggleable. I guess I'm gonna have to just write the freaking plugin. Oh.
You have a plugin folder. Every file inside of here automatically gets sourced at the beginning of every NeoVim like startup. Okay, so we can make something, and we'll call it Floterminal for floating terminal. Pretty good name, if I do say so myself. And here's where I'm gonna let you in on a pretty juicy secret. For doing something like opening up a floating window, we got this bad boy right here. How to create a floating window in NeoVim. I want it to be to optionally take the width and height in a table. I want it to default to 80% of the current screen. I want it to be centered. Boom. Okay, it's okay to just ask ChatGPT to do this. There's like, this is the same thing as like everybody's written 1,000 times, okay? So then you could just copy paste this into your config and keep it forever. That's great. So we'll copy this in. We'll make a few changes as we go, obviously, because obviously it's not going to write it perfectly the way we want. But this is pretty good. And the way that we can test this right now is we can actually just call and we can print buff and win right here. And we can execute this file and see what happens. Hey, hello. Awesome. Look at that. Look at that. We've got this going. Now, I actually don't like this very much because I want it to also say border equals rounded. Now, how would I know to even look for that?
Line.
Well, good for you asking. Now you could say, I want to open up NVim open win. I see that this is the function that's getting called here.
Side quest.
Right, in the ChatGPT thing. And then I know, now I just read the NeoVim helps like TJ's been telling me over and over and over. And if I want a border, I just search border. And I like this little rounded one for me. I'm a fan, okay? I'm a fan. We could try some of the other ones. We could try solid. We could try shadow, right? We want to try shadow ones? We'll try both. Here you go. There's rounded.
There you go.
Okay,
Boom.
what about shadow? No, I'm not a fan as much. I think I like rounded better. Okay, so now we leave it at rounded. This is the one that I think looks nice, okay? So now we've got a floating window, and we can put stuff inside of it.
All right, hold on, dog. That was dope. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so hang on. Let's go back. Where did you do the incantation? Let's go back here. All right, here we go. All right. I'm gonna ask my robot. Okay, new chat. How to? We're gonna say the same incantation. How to create a floating window in NeoVim. Is that a comma? I can't tell if that's a comma or a period. I want it to optionally take the width and height in a table. I want it to default to 80% of the current screen. I want it to be centered now let's check my make sure I'm not misspelling anything. How to create a floating window in NeoVim. Oh, let's embiggen you. Boop. All right, that's period. All right, have a little bit of the incantation. Should be the same. Okay, I want it to I want it to optionally take the width and height in a table. Width and height in a table. I want it to default 80% of the current screen. I want it to be centered. Let's see what you produce. Now, do you understand lore? Here's how to create a first NeoVim with the specified requirements. Create folding window. Juicy. Examples, usage examples. Alternative version with more options. Ooh, so sexy. Key features. Command mapping to trigger it. Okay, so I got a few different permutations. Let's see. Okay. Yep. Ops equals ops or local width, local height. Yep, local configuration width, height, relative style, border, rounded, nice. Yeah. Merge with user config if provided. If config, then merge with that. Calculate center position, create the buffer, create the window. Okay, now let's go.
As like everybody's written 1,000 times, okay? So then you could just copy paste this into your config and keep it forever. That's great. So we'll copy this in. We'll make a few changes as we go, obviously, because obviously it's not going to write it perfectly the way we want. But this is pretty good. And the way that we
get config manager, xdg config, for example, plugin, floating terminal. XDG config. Hold on. Let's go back. Talk to me again about where you putting this.
like a watching job for tests or something that it could keep going on in the background for that. Let's just go ahead and get to it. So the way that I would do this is I'm thinking I want this sort of to set up a key map that's going to be available every time I open up NeoVim. So to do that, I would do something like I would create a new folder plugin in your home like config directory.
Right, that's what I'm looking for. Plugin home config directory. So right where init is, come here. So right down here, are we in here? Right down here, we're talking about, hold on. Quit this. Boom, job still running in buffer. Job still running in buffer. Job still running in buffer? What job is running in buffer? Oh, the terminal. Interesting. Huh. Okay, quit. Boom. Continue. How many terminals do I have running, dog? Job still running. I'm a little confused. Okay. How do I... The terminal is still on. Yeah. Exit, right. LS, right. Okay, so, switch back. Hang on, can we do control N? Is that it? Okay. I thought I was quitting. What the hell? Okay. All right, let's do this. Let's see. LS. Okay. Lua after. Blah 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 blah. All right. Let's experiment with this. Link directory. Plugin. Okay. Because that looks like that's the init Lua is right there. CD plugin. Okay. Alright, homie.
You have a plugin folder. Every file inside of here automatically gets sourced at the beginning of every NeoVim like startup. Okay, so we can make something and we'll call it Floterminal for floating terminal. Pretty good name if I.
Floterminal. Floterminal, huh? Okay, so we're gonna do. I guess we're doing NVim here. Let's do. All right, let's do NVim here. NVim. Do you want to do it while you're in it? It looks like he's in it. All right, let's do it. Vim here, right this spot. Boom. Let's open up our doodad on the side. There's nothing on the side, right? Right, because there's nothing on the side. Toggle. There we go. Okay. We want to add a file called flow terminal dot lua. I'm going to name it the same thing here. Flow terminal. Float terminal. All right, cool. And let's hit that. Okay, cool. We got goofy stuff happening here in that aspect, but whatever. All right, now we're going to grab one of these permutations. I'll do the simple one, usage example. Okay, default, custom width and height, custom width only. Okay, alternative if you want even more control. Border, buffer type, ooh. Buff hidden, when options. Ooh. You can switch them around when you want. Merge configurations, calculate entire position, create buffer with options, create window. All right, I'm gonna be a moron and copy the freaking complicated one. So let's do this. Let's drop that in there. Kickstart diff. Okay, cool. Okay, so we got all of that in here. Okay, cool. Swap that. Yeah, make sure you're written. Okay. All right, now let's go back to global variable and lowercase initial. Did you miss local variable doodad? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, buddy? What are you talking about? Let's embiggen you so I can see the whole thing. Global variable and lowercase initial. Did you miss local or misspell it? Okay, we're going to come back and see what he's talking about.
I do say so myself. And here's where I'm gonna let you in on a pretty juicy secret. For doing something like opening up a floating window, we got this bad boy right here. How to create a floating window in NeoVim. I want it to optionally take the width and height in a table. I want it to default to 80% of the current screen. I want it to be centered. Boom. Okay, it's okay to just ask ChatGPT to do this. This is the same thing as everybody's written 1,000 times, okay? So then you could just copy paste this into your config and keep it forever. That's great. So we'll copy this in. We'll make a few changes as we go, obviously, because obviously it's not going to write it perfectly the way we want. But this is pretty good. And the way that we can test this right now is we can actually just call and we can print buff and win right here. And
Example usage. Return buffer and window handles. Oh, yeah, look at that. I like that this one has that. System window options. Now I want that documentation on here too. Come here. So let's go all the way down to the bottom. Yeah, because I'm not going to pretend that we know what that is. So I'm going to pop that in there. Yes. Return that. Right. And let me space here so I have that. Okay. Vimset key maps. Return buffer and window handles. Return buff when. Okay. Local buff when correct. Print buff when. Okay. Return buff when end. Okay. So local. Wait, let's see this. Example uses create a floating window with default dimensions. Local buff when create floating window. Buff when. Alright, so you're dropping this down here and then you're calling this like this? Okay. Call it? Okay, I guess. Okay, so local buff and when equals the name of this puppy, and you are create floating window, right? Yeah. Create. Oop, no. See, that drives me crazy. Create. Boom. No. Create. Okay, it's there. Okay, tab doesn't automatically complete that. Enter doesn't grab it. What? How do you grab the thing? Like, what? Oh, do I do that? No, that. How do I grab the thing? Boom? No. Oh my God. Boy, oh boy. Do I have to tag it with the thing? What the? Oh, no. Oh, what happened? Nope. Nope, that's not what I want to do either. Oh my God. Okay, no. Create. Lord of mercy. All right, floating. We're just going to type it out, buddy. Window until I can figure out stuff. All right, so boom. All right, cool. And new thingy. Print. Gonna follow along here. Buff. Now my code is a little bit different than his. My robot gave me something slightly different. Okay, where we got that? Okay, boom, 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 boom. All right. Okay.
We can execute this file and see what happens. Hey, hello, awesome. Look at that.
All right, hold on. How did you run that? So we got that. Okay, and now you.
Can test this right now is we can actually just call and we can print buff and win right here, and we can execute this file and see what happens. Hey,
how did you
hello,
execute that?
awesome. Look at that. Look at that. We've got this going. Now, I actually don't like this very much. We can look. We can execute right now is we can actually just call and we can print buff and win right here, and we can execute this file and see what happens. Hey, print buff and win right here, and we can execute this file and see what happens. Hey,
God, I wish
hello,
this wasn't in the
awesome.
way. I
Look at
can't
that.
see what's happening.
Look at that. We've got this going. Now, I actually don't like this very much because I wanted to also say border equals rounded. Now, how would I know to even look for that? Well, good for you asking. Now you could say, I want to open up nvim open win. I see that this is the function that's getting called here, right, in the ChatGPT thing, and then I know, now I just read the NeoVim helps like TJ's been telling me over and over and over, and if I want a border, I just search border. And I like this little rounded one for me. I'm a fan, okay? I'm a fan. We could try some of the other ones. We could try solid. We could try shadow, right? We want to try shadow once? We'll try both. Here you go. There's rounded. Okay, what about shadow? No, I'm not a fan as much. I think I like rounded better. Okay, so now we.
Okay, so he threw me off. So I can ask the robot. So over on the other window here that you can't see right now, for now, until I get that configured. Let's see. Okay, let's ask you. Okay. How can I run this file from inside NeoVim? Nope, I have created the file in my plugins directory. Let's see, what's that path on that? Come here, which one is it? Oh god. Which screen? Oh my god. Okay, right here. We are in. Okay. I have created the file in my tilde dot config slash invim slash plugin float terminal dot lua. I've created the file in my how can I run this file from inside while I have it open? Okay. Because I'm stupid. So, how can I run this file from inside? Simple ways to run your floater run function file name. Here are the most common function, right? Create a command to call the function, right? Alright. Okay, this floating term function, create floating window. Oh, okay, interesting. Create a key mapping, right? Vim key set and later says floating window. That's the sex right there. Now press it in normal mode to open the floating window. Source the file manually. If you just want to test it temporarily, you can source the file. Because this Lua file. Oh, just call it from right there. Then call the function Lua create floating window. Complete example with commanded mappings. Create user command. Create key mapping. Optional also create a mapping with custom size. Oh, okay. Interesting. Auto loading notes. Since you placed it in display, it will automatically load when the event starts. You don't need to manually sort. Excuse me. After adding the command or mapping, just restart to load. Then use float window command or sex. Thank you, robot. This was actually good. Okay, so let's create floating window, capital floating window. Interesting. Okay, let's see here. Let's get back to this. Set key maps. Oh, I didn't even see that. Set key maps for easier closing, optional. You did a permutation. Oh, I see. Apply window options. Create the buffer. Rounded. Create window. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Vim configure window. What about all those? Because I liked all of that stuff too. Here. Blank. Go to the top here. Boom, 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 boom. Deprecated? Really? Interesting. Okay. Oh, of course, because you pull from old stuff, but that's fine. Okay, let's do this. Let's, what do I want to do? V, grab everybody, delete it, and we're gonna hit this. I'm gonna grab you, and we're going to plug you in here. Who's your daddy? Okay, let's do that. Yeah, everybody's in deprecated. Move invim when set option. Deprecated. I have to change that. Global whatever. set some window options. Vim.api in Vim win set option. In Vim open win. Set some window options. What's the API? So hold on. Pop this. Can I see this? Vim.api. Let's see. Do we see in Vim open win? In Vim open. This is only 8 months ago, so let's have our fingers crossed here. Open. Yep. Open win. Boom. Okay. Open win. In Vim win set options. Buffer enter config. Buffer win. Enter config. False truth. Switch them around. Cursor line relative number is okay. Set some window options. Oh no, that's different because see line 24 has in-vim open win. So no, this. Okay, so who's the replacement for in-vim win set options? LMNOP QRS set option value. Name value option value. Oh, set option value. All right, I'm gonna take a guess that it's you. All right, so option underscore value option underscore value option underscore value. Now, there is old documentation for this someplace where I could look up that one and verify that that is the case, the deal. I'm going to cheat a little bit and have fingers crossed hoping that that works as that. All right, cool. So now we've got you configured with key bindings. Since you automatically load or enable instance, you don't need to manually source it each time. After adding the command or mapping, just restart NeoVim or run this to reload. Really? Just restart. So my friend, we're going to restart you. So quit. Boing. Save changes. By oh god, yes. Okay, save changes. Yeah. All right. So here's the deal. We are after this. All right, my friend. So we've got you here. We're going to quit. Yes. And we are going to. Who are we at? We are looking at global CSS. Okay, we're going to quit you and clear that. We're going to open that up. And we are going to go back to look at our global CSS file. Because we want to, right? All right, now, let's see. We've got. Okay, so we can see commands here for that. I was hoping I'd see it there, but create flow. Create key mapping. Leader F, huh? F. F. W. Oh, there it is. Oh. W. Oh, damn. Error executing. Attempting to call field when set option value. A nil value. A nil value. A nil value. Oh. We got something. Okay. Ooh. A Nil value. Interesting. Okay. Can I quit? Can I come out of this? Uh-oh, now I'm stuck. How do I quit? Oh, God. We are stuck. Okay.
Leave it at rounded. This is the one that I think looks nice, okay? So now we've got a floating window.
But hold on. How did he close it? Hang on. So there's the floating. Do you do the same thing to make it disappear? Hold on. Quit. FW. Continue. Quit FW. No. Continue. Quit. Close. Brother. Quit. Quit. Christ, oh boy. Quit. Oh, we are stuck. Where are we at? Quit, 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 quit all the things. Okay. Okay, so, let's go back to you and bring you back up. Oh, come here. Focus. So we bring you back up. Plug in. Boom. Yes, let's open you up. And we'll close you. You did not like that, did you, my friend? No, you did not. You did not like that. So something about you. Option underscore value. We're going to put that back. Put that back. Put that back. Deprecated, deprecated, deprecated. Oh, blah. Create that. Blah, 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 blah. Well, does this give us the same thing? Right. All right. You're written. Now if I go here and run that, source. Let's hit you. Let's go back to our wonderful little style file here. We're gonna close that. We're gonna say FW. No, let's see, let's hit that F. Open floating window, open large floating window, W. How do you close it? FW does not toggle. It opens, but it doesn't close. Create user command. Create key mapping. Create floating window. Open floating window. I need to toggle it. Optional. Also create mapper with custom size. Okay. Okay. Floating window command. Then use floating map APK. How do I need to toggle? Great. Okay. This is good so far. Now I need to have a command that toggles the floating window on or off. Okay, we want to toggle that floating window. So how do I turn it on and turn it off? Okay, update to that. Float window, blah, 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 blah. Create float. Okay. Merge with user, calculate floor, create the buffer, create the window. Okay. Relative cursor line. Add some sample content. I don't care about sample content, just okay, what is that? Okay, oh god. Okay, toggle close. Okay. We'll create a function that closes it and a function that opens up. Create user okay, oh, create user, okay, create user commands. Okay, oh lord, okay. Floating toggle a thing. Okay. Toggle with default size, toggle with custom size. Check a window is open. Okay, window is open. I don't care about that. Why is it doing all of that? Toggle floating window, open floating window. Toggle floating window. Yes. Open floating window, close window. Yes, FT. So creating some logic to keep it open and keep it closed. All right. Returning floating window. Toggle. There we go. Toggle floating window. Okay. Okay. Create key mappings. Right. Toggle. Thank you. Toggle floating window. Why would I care about FO and FC? I just want toggle. User. Create user. Okay, let's go see our logic. Let's come out of this. Okay, and let's go back here and take a look at this. So what do I have here? I've got leader create floating window. All right, who is create floating window? Create floating window is you. Okay. Create floating window. Close. Toggle floating window. What is this? NVM create user command. To number create. Okay, toggle floating window. Okay. Toggle floating window. If you're open, close. Else create. Okay, so close. Okay. Set key maps for easy closing. What is this craziness? Buff enqueue, blah blah blah. Oh, require float terminal. Float terminal close. Okay. Add some sample content. Floating terminal window. Press Q or escape to close, or use the toggle command again. Okay, I don't hate it. Set some window options. Create the window. Create the buffer. Calculate the centered position. Christ. Okay, copy. It's so much more. Okay, hang on. Let's go through. Let's go to the beginning of the line here, and we're gonna go all the way down here, and we're gonna kill everything. No, DD, my bad. What? How did I get here? Close that. DD. Okay, boom, and IDEO Santo. Okay, that's not what we want. Clear that. Hold up. Come here. Copy that again. Go over here. Be in insert mode. Insert all that craziness now. Return. Create all of that. Cool. W. Boom. All right. Now, next. Okay. Quit. All right. Fantastic. Let's do this. All right. Fantastic. Open you up. We're going to close you. We'll be inside of here, and we are going to maybe make you a little bit bigger. I don't know. Okay, here we go, and there we go. Okay, and we want to say, oh, okay. F. Look at that. Fuzzy search finding EMS E format buffer search toggle key map. F. Close floating toggle floating window. T. Floating terminal window. Press Q or escape to close, or use the toggle command again. You can run commands here. Q does not work here. Executing string, Lua move, float terminal, not found. No field package preload, float terminal. Okay, that was a straight copy paste on that, so what are you missing? This is the float terminal. Lua require float terminal. Did we spell it wrong? Float terminal, let's look at this. Float terminal, float, local floating window, float terminal. Lua command, Lua require float terminal. But where is float terminal? Wait, is this entire thing that, no? Create floating window. Oh, yeah, that's the name of the file. Float terminal. This is the name of the file, right? Float terminal? Did I miss something? Let's get enter, boom. Oh, 2 T's. I see. Float terminal. Okay, hold on, I get it. Okay, how do I get out of you? So, hold on. Quit. Oh, good, that works. All right. No, the name of you is not float terminal, it's float terminal. Right? 1 T. Okay, sweetheart. Where are you at? Let's go down here. Float, there you go. Okay, so let's get rid of that. And let's get rid of that. Okay, and let's save you. Okay, now, I gotta quit. Reopen you. Boom. Go back into here. Juicy. We will say F T Q. Close. Good. Error executing Lua string. Lua. Attempt to call field. Close floating window. A nil value. Stack trace back. String Lua in main chunk. Okay, so what is the deal there? You don't like that, huh? String Lua. String Lua. Oh, where? What? What line are you having an issue with? Is that? Okay. Escape. Will escape work? Nope. Oh, press enter. I'm stuck. Okay, will escape work? Escape doesn't work. Nope. Alright, so Q or escape? Yeah, Q or escape. So those lines are having a problem. To close. Command Lua. Close floating window. Close floating window here. Close sidebar. Close floating window. Close floating window. Close floating window. Floating window. Downwind and error executing. What is the problem? What is the problem? We'll hit enter. This at least works. But now we got to figure. I wonder if he gets. Okay, let's see. Does he get the same thing or what?
And we can put stuff inside of it. The thing I don't want to do is I actually want to return it like this. Buff equals buff and win equals win, like this is a table. And so what we need to do is we need to keep some state between executions of opening this window, right? So we'll create a state like this, and we'll just say something like floating, and we'll go buff is -1 and win is -1. So those are invalid windows, okay? So what are we going to do? We're going to say state.floating is this, and then we'll do print state
what he has here.
vim.inspect state.floating. Okay, so this will tell us after we execute this, hey, look, we have buffer 106 and window 1086. Great, that's awesome. And now we can close those. So the next step, I'm thinking, how can we make this toggle? Okay, so we need to give ourselves a command or some key map or something to execute this. Let's start with a command. All right, so let's do something like vim api nvim create user command. Yep, and let's call it flow terminal like this. And it's going to call a function. So we'll put this inside here. And then it takes some optional extra arguments. So when we execute this file now, you'll see we have flow terminal. We made a command. We run this. It prints that. It opens it. Awesome. Sweet. We don't want to do this anymore. So what do we want to do? In my mind, flow terminal should toggle on and off. And it should, that's what it should do every time we call it. So we can say something like this. If not vim.api nvim, win is valid, and we can go state.floating.win, then we're going to make a new floating window. Else, we'll go vim api nvim win hide state.floating.win. Okay, so we're going to hide it if it's valid, and if it's not valid, we'll create a new one. So we execute this file again. We go flow terminal, and now we run flow terminal again. Boom, it's hidden. And if we check this and we go hello world, we close it, we open it. Oh no, we're not reusing our buffer. Of course we're not. We need to tell it how to do that. So let's tell it how to do that. Let's pass into here, buff is state.floating.buff, right? So we're gonna
hold on, I'm just gonna write his. So let's go here. Let's bring this out. Where are you at? Okay, you over here, over there, over there. Okay, that's the one. All right, so we're gonna put you on the other screen here. And hold on, I need you to be nice and fat. There we go. And we're just gonna do this. We're gonna do what he's got. God, I'm gonna have to like. Okay, because okay, and the buffer thing, yeah, he's gonna get it. Yeah, all right. Nope, wrong one. Let's do nope, delete everything. Boom, nice. All right, let's get it. Take me to the beginning. Okay.
That's great. So we'll copy this.
I wish I could see the beginning of that. Let's go back. There we go. There it is. All right. On my secondary screen, we're going to write it. Or I could try to do this. Let's see. Can I do this? Can I? That's going to be kind of tight, though. No, that's going to be teeny tiny. Nah, it's not going to be sexy. All right. I'm just going to write it. All right. So local. You get to hear me type all the things. Local function create floating window. We might as well get into, boy, if you don't put that in here, ops. Okay, all right, spot. All right, now ops will be ops or nothing. All right, nothing. Nope, shift, nothing. There we go. All right, local. I'm gonna say width equals ops dot width or math dot for boop a doop a doop a doop a doo vim dot o dot columns star 0.8, that's our 80%. Close that off. And local height equals ops dot height or math dot floor Vim.o.lines. Good, we're getting some completion there. 0.8. Yeah, 8 and 8, right? Yeah, 8. Okay. All right. I'm gonna say boom. Calculate the position to center the window. All right. Local column equals math dot floor, and we're gonna say, I'm gonna close that, put that inside here, do another one inside there. We're gonna vim dot zero dot columns minus width, and we're gonna close that off, divided by 2. Fantastic. Local row math dot floor vim dot zero dot lines minus GST height, and we're gonna divide that by 2. All right. Keep on going. Okay. Create a buffer. Local. Local buff. Oops, one F equals vim.api .invim underscore create underscore buff false true. All right. What does it say? No file scratch buffer. Boom. Define window config local win config equals squiggly. Close that. Boom. 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 Relative equals editor. Boom. Width equals width. Height equals height. Column equals column. Right? And row equals row. Style equals, let's see, minimal. Close that. Okay. Dash. No borders or extra UI. Okay. Now that's closed there. Boom. Boom. Dot. Create the floating window. Local win equals vim.api dot invim open win open element op open win. Boom. Boom. Nope. Give us details. More details. Come here. Open win, and that's gonna be buff true when config. But oh Jesus, when config. Ideo Santo, what the hell? Integer buffer. Boolean, hang on. What? But wait, what? Undo that. Okay, back in. Ideo. Okay, buff. True. When. What is that? I'm assuming it's config. I'm gonna just type you out because I don't know what's going on with that. All right, let's hit this.
But he's written 1,000 times, okay? So then you could just copy paste this into your
Pause. Create a floating window. Yeah, when config. Okay, cool. So, so now, return buff when end. That's it. Okay. Okay. Oh, end. Just leave it alone. Okay. Example usage. Create a floating window with blah 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 blah. All right, cool. Let's see what else you got.
your config and keep it forever. That's great. So we'll copy this in. We'll make a few changes as we go, obviously, because obviously it's not going to write it perfectly the way we want. But this is pretty good. And the way that we can test this right now is we can actually...
Oh, it's my back. Pause. We're going to go here. We're going to save you. All right. And we'll go back in.
Really just call, and we can print buff and win right here. And we can execute this file.
Hold on. You... flying, son, slow down. Okay,
it's not going to write it perfectly the way we want, but this is pretty good. And the way that we can test this right now is we can actually just call, and we can print buff and win right here. And we...
What are you doing? Print buff and win. All right, return these two. All right, so now you're down here outside of the function, and you are trying to make a call. Okay, so local buff win equals create. Oh Jesus, why does this not create? You can see this. Interesting. When equals da 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 da, create that. Okay, window. Okay, and print buff and win. Okay, and now you're doing something that we can't see because your key thingy is right at the bottom. So what is this down here? Are we pointing to the file? Is that what we're doing? We have no idea because this is covering it. All right.
We can execute this file and see what happens. Hey, hello. Awesome. Look at that. Look at that. We've got this going. Now, I actually don't like this very much because I want it to also say border equals rounded. Now, how would I...
BW? B. BW? I know W was right. Q is quit, of course. But beta W? What the hell was that? Go look that one up. Alright. Alright, so we're going to go back into style here. And we're going to add another one called border equals rounded. Yep, okay.
know to even look for that? Well, good for you asking. Now you could say, I want to open up nvim open win. I see that this is the function that's getting called here.
Nvim open win. Right.
Right in the ChatGPT thing, and then I know now I just read the NeoVim helps like TJ's been telling me over and over and over, and if I want a border, I just search border. And I like this little rounded one for me. I'm a fan, okay? I'm a fan. We could try some.
Solid adds padding by a single white space cell. A double line box. Rounded like single, but with rounded corners.
The other ones. We could try solid. We could try shadow, right? We want to try shadow once. We'll try both. Here you go. There's rounded. Okay, what about shadow? No, I'm not a fan as much. I think I like rounded better. Okay, so now we leave it at rounded. This is the one that I think looks nice, okay? So now we've got a floating window and we can put stuff inside of it. The thing I don't want to do is I actually want to return it like this. Buff equals buff and win equals win, like this.
Okay, local, create the floating window, right? Return, okay. So we're gonna wrap you puppies, buff equals buff, oops, equals buff, and win equals win. Wait, win with something, what's he doing? Wait, win.
This is a table, and so...
Oh, nothing. That was just his cursor. I was like, I thought he was doing something special. All right, let's put a little space there. All right, cool.
What we need to do is we need to keep some state between executions of opening this window, right? So we'll create a state like this, and we'll just say something like floating.
Okay.
And we'll go buff is -1, and win is -1. So those are like...
Okay, so we're going back up at the top. We're going to create a new thingy, new function, a new value. State equals not a function. Oh yes, not okay. Let's go. All right, close that. Boom, boom. Oh, right over here. Object. Yeah, we just create a new object, right? Floating equals what? I feel like I forgot something. You get that? Jesus, I hope it's not a big deal. Whatever it is, I forgot. Floating. I feel like my gut is like, you forgot something. Oh my god! Please tell me I didn't forget something important. If my gut is correct. All right, -1. All right, come on that. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, all right, cool.
Those are invalid windows.
So we got some
okay.
stuff with that.
So what are we going to do? We're going to say state.floating is this, and then we'll do print state vim.inspect state.floating. Okay, so this will tell.
Stop. Okay. So create a floating window with default dimensions. Create floating window. Okay. So we did what? Wait, return. Oh, you're down here. Oh, I see. Example usage. Hang on. Let's add that pop up so we can follow along. Example usage. Make sure we have this in here. Create a floating window with default dimensions. Let's spell it all out. All right, so we're getting rid of that on this side. So we're saying state is now floating. The state, which is the what we said above, right? Print vim dot inspect. Jesus Christ, why does it not inspect? Why is that not? Oh, that's so aggravating. All right, inspect. Boom, boom. Must be some completion thing that I don't have set on here. I'm going to figure that out later on, but not today. Floating. Can we spell floating? I don't know. Floating. Okay, wait. Do I have floating someplace? Where is floating? Floating. Yep, there it is. There's floating. No, we don't. Okay, Lord. Okay, all right. There we go. That one. Come here. Let's get this over here. Floating. Floating. There we go. Okay. Set floating. State floating. Okay, cool. To current state. All right.
Us after we execute this. Hey, look. We have buffer 106 and window 1086. Great, that's awesome. And now we can close those. So the next step I'm thinking, how can we make this toggle? Okay, so we need to give ourselves a command or some key map or something to execute this. Let's start with a command. All right, so let's do something like vim api nvim create user command. Yep, and let's call it flow terminal like this, and it's going to call a function.
Hang on, so we're gonna put, okay, so we'll call that above that. So all right, cool. And we're gonna say vim.api dot invim underscore create underscore user underscore command. There you go. Underscore command, and we're going to give it some stuff. We're gonna call you float terminal. Okay. And we're gonna little comma here, and then we're gonna say function. Where else are we going?
So we'll put this inside here, and then it takes.
Oh, wait. Oh, you're wrapping. He's wrapping
some
this.
Optional extra art.
Yeah, we're wrapping all of this in this. Okay. So flow terminal. We're gonna not do that. We're gonna do down here. We're gonna say end. Nope. That's, god dang it. What are you doing? Copy. Shift. Boom. There we go. That's what I want. Close you here. And all of this gets wrapped into that. Okay. So another thing, 2 tabs should be set to 2 spaces, not a tab. Oh, we have to fix all of that later on as well. Find where it is in the vimrc file, the init lua file. All right, blah 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 blah. Okay, cool.
Arguments. So when we execute this file now, you'll see we have a terminal. We made a command. We run this, it prints that, it opens it. Awesome. Sweet. We don't want to do this anymore. So what do we want to do? In my mind.
Okay, so we don't want to do this anymore. Okay, so, okay. Create user flow terminal, creating flow terminal, state flow terminal. So now we're deleting that line. And we're doing something else.
Flow terminal should toggle on and off, and it should,
yes.
That's what it should do every time we call it. So we can say something like this. If not vim.api nvim win is valid, and we can go state.floating.win, then we're going to make a new floating window. Else, we'll go vim api nvim win hide state.floating.win. Okay, so we're going to.
Okay, all right, so we're going to wrap this in an if. So, all right, let's get in here. So, alright, let's hit a new line. Okay. If not vim.api.invim underscore win underscore is underscore valid boink boink state dot floating dot win, then floating dot win, then this guy. All right, come here. Where's my cursor? My cursor's disappeared on me. Okay, this guy over here. Then you get over here. Else, there we go. Really? It's gonna go right back over here. Else, oh my god. Okay, else vim.api.invim underscore win underscore hide boink boink state dot floating dot when and end. Now, can I get you to fracking behave? Where is everything? Switch that command. Okay, get over here. Syntax missing symbol. Yeah, no kidding. Is that closed? Is that closed? If then. Where are we at here? Get over here. If else. Fem. End. Close that. Alright, so we're missing something. There's a state dot floating equals create floating window, not Vim API. NVM when is valid. State that floating when, then close. Flow terminal dot. Syntax is unexpected comma. Okay. Got all of our dots in the right spot. Floating dot right. Really?
Hide it if it's valid.
Yeah, that's not okay. What's wrong? I'm missing something. Functions. Function. All right, misspelling. Okay.
And if it's not valid, we'll create a new one. So we execute this file again. We go flow terminal, and now we run flow terminal again. Boom, it's hidden. And if we check this and we go hello world, we close it, we open it. Oh no, we're not reusing our buffer. Of course we're not. We need to tell it how to do that. So let's tell it how to do that. Let's pass into here. Buff is state.floating.buff, right? So we're gonna pass the previous buffer that.
All right, so floating window. Okay, buff equals state dot floating dot buff. Okay.
That we had before. Let's look where we create buff. Let's say.
Okay, 18 is up here. Look, okay, buff.
That this is nil to start. And now we can do if vim.api nvim buff is valid, right? Buffer is just the text that's in memory, right? Buff is valid, ops.buff, then buff is ops.buff. Else, we'll do buff is this. We'll create a.
Is that. Okay, so we're going back up here to the buffer and we're saying local buff is going to be nil at first. Then we're going to say if vim.api.nvim underscore buff is valid, it's going to be options.buff, then else end. Actually, hold on. Else end. Yeah, like that. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of that space. Else. Okay, we gotta put something in here. Boink. And that means you. Okay, so we'll say buff equals ops dot buff. Okay. Cannot assign function to parameter string. Okay. Alright, buffed in ops. Let's double check that. Local buff equals nil if vim API interface is valid ops dot buff, then buff equals ops dot buff. buff. No, buff. Yeah, upside buff. Buff. All right, buff equals vim.api known as create buff false. True. Okay.
New buffer. Okay, we'll create a new buffer for this. So we re-execute this. Now let's try this again. Fla terminal, hello world. Fla terminal. We kept our same buffer. Okay, but that's almost it, but not quite, because we want it to be a terminal, right? We want it to be a terminal. So how can we do that? Great question. When we make a terminal, we actually set the buff type for the terminal. Oh, and that reminds me, I'm going to give you guys a quick key map that I quite like, which is that I like making vim key map set. Let's go terminal mode. I like pressing escape. Escape is the same thing as this \cn that we talked about to escape from terminal mode. So if we execute this and now I open up terminal, if I press escape, I go back to normal mode. So it's kind of like a quick double tap for escape. That's really easy because it's on my thumb. For me, might not be easy for you. You could pick a different key map. So anyways,
Escape is
inside of here, we can echo the buff type.
All right, so this chucklehead has his escape is on his thumb, bro. What kind of keyboard are you using? Okay, all right. Let's go up here. Okay, let's see. Let's go up here. Block, boom. Let's do the vim key map. Okay. Key map. I like the key map I had before with the toggle of. Yeah. We'll do this for now and then come back and change that because I don't think that's my jam. All right. Let's see. Escape. Comma is the same as this. Just control minus slash and control minus in. That's not slash. It's slash in. Right. So let's see where this goes. I'm not sure if that's what he's intending there, but let's go.
And it says terminal. In Lua land, that's vim bo buff type, and we can print that, and it says terminal. So this is how we can tell if the current buffer is a terminal or not. And so let's go, after we show the window, let's go this.
Okay, we're here, and now we're down back here again after state. Let's go down here, and let's make this new line.
If vim.bo, and then let's go state.floating.buff type not equal to terminal, then vim command term end. Okay, so this will call term inside of here, or terminal, if this makes it easier to figure out what I'm doing.
Yes. That's cool. I made it either way. Okay, so if vim.bo, that took a minute to find, state dot floating dot buff dot buff type is not equal to terminal, then vim dot command dot terminal end. Cannot assign function to parameter string. Function blah 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 blah. All right, keep rolling.
Call terminal inside of that buffer because we've entered inside of it. So we re-execute this. We can go fla terminal. We can go echo hello, right, like this. Now if I go terminal, and I do it again, we've got the same loading one. And if we kill this, right, by like pressing Control D to kill that, we're gonna get a new terminal next time we go up. And this is pretty cool too, because if we went to like, I'm working on something here in like, you know, something where I'm running a build script that's going over and over. Maybe, yeah, this is actually Dune build -W.
Okay, hold on. Control D. How would you even know to press Control D? Press Control D to kill. Just put a note there.
So this is like, I could actually go here and I could go terminal, and I open this, I open it back again, and it would still be running that build script. So I could check like if the test is passed or failed since the last time I saved or whatever I wanted to do. And then if we wanted to kill it, we just kill the terminal and then it's done. The only thing left for us to do is I would probably take this function here, and I would yank it and I would say toggle terminal like this, and I would say local toggle terminal is this function here, and I would also say
stop. All right, so we're taking all of that. After that logic has been built out, we're going to put you in right here, and after that, and we're going to say local toggle terminal equals this whole fracking function, right? So how are we grabbing that? I guess we're grabbing the whole function, right? The whole function into end, if end, yeah, okay, all the way up until end, up until that. Okay, yank, and go here. Where's my cursor? Okay, and paste. Wait, no. Change mode. Paste. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Yank, paste. Okay, cool. Yeah, lots of things. Unused toggle. Yeah, we ain't used it yet because. Oh God. Now I've got to. My Vim foo is weak right now. Okay. Okay. So let's see. Let's go to. We want to delete that, and we want to go here. Go up one. Come here. Change mode. V. Kill that whole line. Okay, Jesus. Alright. That is out of Vim practice. That is out of Vim practice. Okay, so now we're going here. Alright, and then we say toggle terminal. See, I got you selected, but then why did that take a second for that to pop up like that? See, that's the curious thing. Alright. Enter mofo? Okay, come here. Put all this on the same line. Get up here. Alright. Okay, so now we are calling you in that spot. That's good. So you've got another bit of business that you want to write. What's this?
Vim.keymap.set, and we could do something like we could also set this in terminal mode now that I think about it, like this. And we could say something like space I don't know, TT or something like that, right? That's probably
okay, so now it's creating a key map for it. So vim dot key map, and I can use the key map that the other robot suggested because I kind of liked it. All right, squiggly braces, and we're gonna say okay, in we'll say T. Do a little comma here, and we'll say that's leader really. So I mean, right? I mean, what do we? hang on. Leader, I'm just gonna call mine leader. Leader TT, see what happens. Okay, and is that the whole? Let's see.
Not that often to get typed TT in a row. I don't know. Maybe it will be. I'm not sure, but you could figure out your own mapping,
TT,
and you just call it on toggle.
Toggle terminal, right? Okay, then you call it on toggle terminal, right? Call the function. Okay. Toggle terminal. Oh, look at that. Toggle. Come here. Toggle terminal. Thank you. All right.
Terminal like this. And so if we execute this file again and we go space TT, it's going to open this. We press space TT, it's going to close it. Space TT, open, space TT, close. Boom. You could imagine making a bunch of different versions of this. You could have like 5 of them and move them on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or like do whatever. But I mean, this is everything that you need to open and close the floating terminal. No problem at all. Easy peasy. Change it however you like. And it's only 50-ish lines of code. We could make it less, but I kind of like wanted to comment some of it and all this good stuff. So anyways, there you go. It's that easy. It's really that easy. And since it's so easy and since it's so cool, I've got a little something extra for you guys for the sponsor today. And it's something that's pretty close to my heart. Something pretty close to my heart here. So let me just give you a little read from what I've got going on.
All right.
I want to give a big shout out to today's sponsor.
We're gonna pause that. Okay, so now he's going into his sponsor, whatever the heck. All right, what? Yeah, he's not doing anything else. Is that his dad? I don't know. All right, cool. All right, groovy. Type out the whole fucking thing, and yeah, there we go. I'm gonna stuff this in. Do I have a NeoVim thingy? I don't know. Do we have a NeoVim thing? Okay, next. Sure, I don't know. I don't even know if I have a NeoVim thing in here. I've got Emacs, I've got, oh god, I have so many things. Okay, there's Vim notes, maybe. I don't know, maybe I'll stuff it in. It would have been something relatively newer if I probably, no, I don't know. Okay, I think I'm gonna put that in Vim notes. Vim notes, yeah, view rec review. All right, that's gonna be that. All right. So, cool. NeoVim terminal plugin, NeoTerm, NeoMux. Oh, NeoTerm. Right. I did want to see NeoTerm. Let's see. NeoTerm terminal plugin. Who's got a NeoTerm thingy in here? Oh, perfect. I'm never using NeoVim's terminal the same again. Okay, fantastic. I don't know. Somebody doesn't have somebody else's giant face on my face. How to make a NeoVim floating terminal plugin step-by-step guide. 3 weeks ago. NeoVim floating the same again. Okay, but are you talking about NeoTerm? I'm looking for NeoTerm. Is anybody doing NeoTerm? Warp plus NeoVim plus Superfile. Okay. Before. After. Alright. Floating toggleable terminal NeoVim and 50 lines of lower front end. Coming soon, NeoTerm. Oh, wait. NeoTerm, 3 years ago. Okay. Oh god, what is this? What is this madness? NeoTerm. Look at that. I can't say. It's giving me everything. Snacks is typical. Neo. No, I don't care about oh my god. Neo here. Oh, what is this? Alright, last thing I'm looking at for that, and then I'm going back to the other stuff. Oh my god. Alright, here, let me save this freaking file. Am I in? Come here. Change mode. W. Thank you very much. And quit. Alright. What is this? Date. you're in terminal, neoterm. What is that doing? What you just did ls test. Okay, commit director command cd. Okay, what is this? No, go back. What is that? That's not a thing. That's not what I'm looking for. Neoterm, brother. Using NeoVim with neoterm, thank you. To run Elixir says fantastic. Look, just tell me how this works. Show me how it works. A little bit more caffeine. Another no audio. All right, so we got some split windows. Quora. That's what? Oh, I'm done. I'm done. Do you have an example on your page? Please tell me you have T new. Okay. T echo. T new is the new command to open a new term. All right. Drag you out. Put you back over here. All right. It's doing stuff. I don't know if this stuff is anything I care about. So I don't know. Here, let's put you back on profile, transparent. Oh my God. Oh, you know what? I may still need to do something else with this. Hold on. Default right. Because I may want to set that key map to something else. Unlike the other key map I had. Alright, so yeah. Alright, enough of this. We're done with that. Nope. I don't like that one either. I don't even know what that's doing. I don't even know what this is doing. I can't tell what these are doing. I'm gonna have to actually experiment with them to find out what they're doing. Oh, nope, too far out. Didn't want to go there. Let's go terminal. There's only 15 of them. Oh boy. Float term. Is this a floating terminal? Come here. Yeah, this one is the floating terminal. So this might end up being, given that we just created a floating terminal. Features, requirements, installation, get started, blah, blah, blah. Oh God, I just need I don't need a wall of text, bro. I'll do the wall of text later, but how about you can just show me what it does and why it's cool, right? Okay, let's go here. Let's take a look at this. Boom, boom. Float term, show it to me.
Hey guys, this is going to be a really quick video about a neat little plugin called Vim Float Term. And all it does is it uses Vim or NeoVim's internal terminal and shows it in a floating window. And it makes it really nice to be able to switch context from your code back to a terminal, back to your code. And I'll demonstrate it in a second. So let's say I have some code open and I make some changes, whatever, and I want to compile it, right? There are a few ways people usually do this. Some people use command here, and then just in your Vim normal mode they write a command. Some people just suspend the process and then write your command here for G++, whatever, and then resume it. But the floating terminal is, I feel, a nicer solution here, where I can use /t, it opens a floating terminal, I can build it, I can run it, and the terminal is gone. And the terminal actually still exists because I didn't close it, I just toggled it. So if I change hello YouTube, I save it, I build it again, I run it again, and so you can see that it's hello YouTube this time. Right, the first thing you have to do is install the plugin. We'll use the vim plug command again, and if you can check out our Vim config, we have vim-floatterm. And for NeoVim, you might also want to install NeoVim Remote. This allows other instances to open files inside NeoVim, and what we'll do is later on we'll use a floating window term.
Wait, go back. Okay, for NeoVim. Oh, okay. Right. For NeoVim, also install this to allow floaterm to open windows inside NeoVim.
NeoVim, and what we'll do is later on we'll use a floating window terminal to open files inside NeoVim as well. And I just put a couple of key bindings here, one to create a new floating terminal and one to toggle it. The toggle will create a new one if one doesn't exist, so I feel like most of the time I just need one, so I just toggle it. You can see that it's still persistent. I can quit it, and if I hit the toggle key again, leader T in this case, which in my case is /T, it opens up again. I can actually open up screen key, and you guys can see my key hits now. So if I press leader T, it opens leader T, closes. Right, and we can use leader FT to create a new one. So this one we can, if I type leader FT, it'll create a new one. If I type leader FT again, it'll create a second one. And this has something in it, and if I toggle this off, you'll see that the toggle always opens up the latest one, but there are certain commands here for floatterm, which says you do first, hide, kill, last. So if I do first, it'll show me the first. I can do floatterm next, and it'll do next. So the way to get into normal mode inside floatterm is to use control / plus control N. This puts you in normal mode, and this lets you do two things. One, it actually lets you navigate through your floating terminal. So let's say I have some issues here. I'm on my floating terminal and my regular compile works, but let's say I break something here, I break something here, and what happens now? Okay, there are a few errors here. Okay, but let's suppose that we had some errors above and we had some errors down below. So it's really important to be able to navigate into your floating terminal. Now I could launch a tmux instance inside this and then scroll using my tmux key bindings, but I need to get into normal mode. But I don't need to do that. I can just do control / control N, and as if I'm in normal mode inside the floating terminal itself. And this is absolutely crucial. Another cool thing about floating terminals is we can actually, let's fix this. So I fix it here, and I save it. I can compile it again, run it, everything works. Another cool thing about floating terminals is that they can give you a REPL basically for interpreted languages like Python or Lua. So I can do floatterm new Python, and it will give me a Python window where I can just test out some Python code that I want to do. Ooh, one final cool thing is if you actually do have a REPL.
Okay, whoa. That's hot. Okay, so wait, Okay, so you're the one I went to. Hang on, I'll go find all this. Hold on, Is this the one that had? Okay, hold on. Are you the one that had pry on? I gotta go to the freaking GitHub thing, I guess. Okay, let's go here and find pry. Find Ruby. Find REPL. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't you. Maybe it was the other one. Maybe it was the other one that detailed that in their thing. Floater, key maps, 7, footer, highlights. Groups. There are 2 highlight groups. Blah 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 blah. Demo. Blah 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 blah. Looking at basic topics. Opener. Get editor. Oh, refer to filter and get editor to disable this paper. Wrapper. Grip. FFF, Ranger, Yazoo, Lazy Git, Python, 25, Vim Club Demo, Maybe it wasn't you that I saw. It must have been the other one, perhaps. All right, keep going. Oh wait, hang on. All this, I'm getting distracted. Hold on. So we'll come back to that. Whew. Oh man, side quest. Okay, close this. Let's get back to this. All right. Let's open you back up again. Oh no! Error detected while processing. Flow terminal Lua. How's it called? Home. Error while calling. Line 57. Expected 4 arguments. Dio mio. Okay, come here. Where's my other fucking tool? Oh, you're over here. Okay, come here. Get back over here. Oh God. Okay. Yeah. Come here. Jeez. Okay, line 57. Line 57. What are you bugging out about? Line 57. Oh, you cannot assign. Okay, Jesus H Christ. Flow terminal. What is that telling me? What is it saying? Oh Lord. Okay. Cannot assign function to parameter string. Function cannot match string. Type. Excuse me. Got a little peanut or whatever going on in my. Type something. I can't see because I'm in the way. Hang on, move me. Type function, and then it stops because I can't read the rest of that line. Oh, unfortunate, I can't see that. Okay. NVim buffer create user command flow terminal toggle terminal. Cannot assign function to parameter string. Function cannot match string. You saying we can't do this? Oh, you needed me to put that specifically. No, you didn't. Okay. Hang on, we got something else. Cannot assign nil to parameter string. Nil cannot match string. Type nil cannot match string. Type nil cannot. Toggle terminal. Oh man. So, for some reason, his code is not working. Did I miss a bit? You know what? We're doing all that in order to get the functionality that this plugin works. So, I tell you what. Let's go back. Let's do this. His thing was a nice little experiment. It ain't working. Like, what the frack? Wait, hold on. Do I need to put the thing in front of it? I'm like... No, it's still... Okay, no. NVim buff create user command does not accept this output. This input, excuse me. Yeah. This ain't working. Hold on. Minimize this. I'm gonna snatch you and put you over here. There we go. Put old Chatterino over here. Come here, you. Stick you over there. I need to see what's happening. Yeah. Let's go back to that vid with our buddy here. Boom. Come on here. History. Where you at, homie? Yeah. that ain't working. Let's get down here to the end. Or maybe around here, I think. Because, yeah. Let's try this. Jeez Louise, what is it? Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday. Okay.
And I would say toggle terminal like this, and I would say local toggle terminal is this function here. And I would also say vim.keymap.set, and we could do something like, we could also set this in terminal mode now that I think about it, like this.
NVM create. Okay, keep going.
And we could say something like space, I don't know, TT or something like that, right? That's probably not that often to get typed TT in a row. I don't know, maybe it will be. I'm not sure, but you could figure out your own mapping. And you
yeah, look at that. Here's the line right here. Vim API in Vim underscore. Oh, buff. Oh, okay. I have an error. How did that come from? Create user command. There we go. In Vim, create user command. Flow terminal, blah, 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 blah. All right. Close that out. Boom, boom. Yes. Right, please. Boom. All right, cool. All right, so now let's come over here. I did, in fact, have a doodad that was busted. So let's close this. Close that. Reopen that. Okay, cool. All right, let's hit this, and nope, let's not hit that. Let's hit this, and I don't know. We're gonna go to some random file, and what's our thingy? T. There we go. T toggle T. Oh, interesting. No name. I wouldn't even know what the heck's going on. And it drags us into a thing. Yes, good, groovy. Okay, that's nice. Okay, all right. Okay. What else? Right, the whole thing I wanted to do this. Yeah, we're in npm run dev. Yeah. Starting. Okay, localhost 3000. Okay. Now, how do we do the toggle? We do this. Nope, not that. Out of that. Okay, well, how do I toggle you? How do I toggle you from here without taking my hands off the keyboard? Key that into. Okay. Space. Nope. Nope. That's running. How do I toggle you from here? And then what's the escape do? Nope, escape. That didn't do anything. Oh. That does that. That does that. Toggle. Okay, so I can change focus with escape. Back inside of you. Are you still running? Can I still see it? So toggle. You're still there. Okay. Toggle. Okay. TT. Toggle terminal. Terminal is running in the background. We can go to, who's it, localhost 3000? Yeah, nothing there yet. Localhost 3000 is you. There we go, we got you running. Okay, all that little side quest just for that. Whew, that was a lot of side quests. Jeez. Okay, this was a little, this was learning learning what's happening, right? Learning about Lua, learning about the API. This was useful in that because I'm going to be living in that. I need to understand that. What's ultimately likely going to happen is I'm going to, so toolkit, not cats, okay, that's me looking at stuff I built before. I'm going to end up in VM tree, Lua, in VM tree, oh tree, yeah, that, okay, yeah. I'm going to end up back, how to get current route next year. Okay, distractions, but in a good way because it's getting me back to where I needed to be. I'm going to end up using, and how do I get, what was it, Vim awesome? This needs to be, okay, I need to keep you, copy, who, where, required JavaScript, oh my god, required CSS, oh boy, starts a view, animate, oh god, okay, dogs, like required Vim, right, that should be a thing, required Vim, develop, I don't know, Vim, yep, Vim, I bet you Vim awesome is in here, yep, there it is right there, yep, boy, oh boy, oh boy, are you going to remember to navigate all that? Not likely. Oh boy, okay, face Python, oh, right, oh yes, random, who's this? Oh, the random page thing, let's get interview things, okay, interview things, spreadsheet, okay, first, oh boy, I got, date all lots of obvious, all things I need to do, big O, Melpa, right, it's like the same thing, like Melpa, the other thingy I found that, where is it, this package list, Mason, yeah, and then the Vim awesome, I just, boy, oh god, this page though, oh my god, okay, here, what, okay, yeah, okay, boy, oh boy, oh boy, I need DevOps design, entertain security, Angular, Kindle. Oh, okay, that's useful. React View. Boy. Oh, you know what? It can go here. Because I haven't touched that in a minute. So, okay. Okay. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of surgery here. Let's see here. Nope, not that big. Hang on, give me the middle one. Alright, so we are going to create a new thing. I don't even know what to call this. Plugins? You know, like, I don't know. I need a plugins thing. Yeah, I need a plugins thing. No, add page, add folder. Plugins. God, okay. What a lame name, right? Plugins. Save that. I need you to be not where you are. All the way at the bottom down here, right? Come here. All the way at the top. We're gonna put you right in front of Angular. There we go. And here in plugins, we're going to put you. Control D. Oh God. Don't you love it when that doesn't work? Okay, reload you. Control D. Thank you. Yeah, because you're already in Vim. I need you to be in plugins. Done. I need. Okay, close that. Save my eyeballs. I need you, the Mason registry. let's see, should I go home? Yeah, about package list. Yeah, let's go here. So we're gonna say, we're gonna put you in plugins. I need yarn. Okay, yes, put you. Oh my god, don't you. Okay, you better give me this. Give me. Oh, this bugs me. Sometimes bookmarking works, sometimes bookmarking doesn't. That's so aggravating. Oh my god, classic yarn important. This documentation covers yarn 1 classic. For yarn 2, what? What is yarn 2? Okay, what? Yarn, sweet heaven, yarn. Oh, okay. Do you work? Why does this not work? Why does saving a bookmark not work? Oh, I could hear my computer spinning up on this page. Why is that? What is this thing running? Oh, no, come out of this. Yeah, we're going back to classic. I don't know what that's about, but that was freaking out. Control D, nope, disappears. Reload. Control D, you got nothing. And there's no thing up here, right? You used to be able to click a thing and you would have that bookmark, but you can't. There's no way to. Instead, I gotta navigate over here, go into, nope. Oh yes, okay, bookmark this tab. Jesus H Christ, yarn, fail. Okay, npm. Yes, npm, go to npm. Just go to the regular npm. Thank you. Please. Yes, plugins, great. npm, Mason, npm centers. I need, who's the other one? Python, was it Python? Yes. Oh god, Python plugins. Python plugins. Was it Python plugins? Packaging PyPy? PyPy, yeah, okay. PyPy, Emacs? Who was the Emacs plugin thingy? Lambda, nope. Melpa. Yeah, Melpa. Okay, everybody in one fracking spot, because I'm tired of hunting for all of y'all. Okay, cool. Alright, that's enough. That's enough to get going. Alright, cool. Okay, so let's get back to this. What I'm going to end up doing eventually, let's try this out. Let's go to plugins. Let's go into Vim Awesome. Let's turn dark mode on. And what I'm going to end up doing is, oh, there's no, here we go, terminal. Oh, interesting. If I do this terminal, I got this other. Make gvim only comments. Vim tmux focus events, flow term. Oh, what's this? Good lord. 14,000? Precision color scheme for multiple applications with both dark light modes. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for terminal, and these are only about 15 of these puppies, and this is the best one. Boom. So I am most likely going to grab this and install this and learn this. That's what's probably going to happen. For now, we will stick with what I've got here. Okay, so well, you're running the app. That's good. And now we can, oh nope, wrong one, sorry, we're in the wrong thing here. Okay, right. Okay. Right. Terminal. There we go. Alright, so let's move down to the thing. Now, I should be inside of that. Control C, or is it Control Z? Oh, snap! That's terrible. That's terrible. Oh, I'm glad I discovered this. Look at that. That was terrible. We don't want to exit out the thing. We want you to start running. But I process who's running. Okay, cool. Interesting. Because how would I kill that from inside of here? Are you still running? You shouldn't be running. If you're still running. Oh, you are still running. Look at that. Huh. That's still running. Okay, hold on. Kill. Hang on. So that must be. Oh God, I'm guessing this is this. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. 1, 2, 6, 7092. Right. Yes. Yeah, that's still running. That's not. What the hell? All right. So we're assuming that this is this. We're gonna find out who this kills. Really? Oh, look at this. Oh, it's problematic as heck. Yeah. Okay. Hang on. Clear all this. Close that out. Who's running here? NVim is still running? Hold on. Do we have you running in the other terminal? Let me see. Where are you? Where's the other terminal at? All right. Yeah, you're over here. I'll bring this over here so you can see. Alright, so we're going to quit that. Alright, and then I'm gonna move you back over to the other screen. Now we're going to see who's running. Oh, look at that. There's still an instance running. Let me double check all my tabs. No. Nope. Okay. That's what's happened. Look at that, stuck. Okay, we're going to kill you. 1, 2, 6, 5, 0, 6, 9. There we go. Now you stop. Oh, that's wild. Okay, so what have we learned? We've learned that we had a nice little exercise, a little floating terminal thing that doesn't really work. At least not for what I want to do. So we're going to go in here and we're going to say thank you very much. That was cute. And we're not going to use you because you're not actually running. What a shame too. Spent all that time doing that thing. Oh my God. It's like I don't want to delete it, right? But oh my God. Cat all of this. Hold on. I'm going to. Oh, nope. Come here. I'm going to copy you. Let's see. Copy. I'm gonna stick you somewhere just because I'm emotionally not ready to kill it. We're gonna stick you in my notes. We're gonna call you float terminal. Okay, we'll stick that here. So we'll say file name float terminal .lua. Yeah, we'll put this in the comments too. I don't know, code along with TJ does not work for my use case. For my use case, so which is running npm run dev. All right, here's the code. Boom. I've kind of saved it emotionally because I'm not ready to kill it. But now we're gonna go in here. We're gonna say cd dot boom remove minus rf plugin. Kill that mess. Okay, and now we're gonna go here and we're gonna install this. So we've got to go into the installation doodad, right? And where's my other terminal? Come here, terminal. I had you right. Oh, over here too. Okay, yeah, all right. All right. So we're going to look at our init loader. So we say vim with regular vim init.lua. Okay, and we're gonna open you up in regular vim. We're gonna come all the way down to 460. Right there you go. All right, and we're going to grab this. We're going to say, oops, no, my bad. We're going to say another space. We're going to say boom, 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 boom. Nope. Boom. That's where we want. We're going to say vim floater, vim float. I am all day long vim float term okay. Let's see. Start a terminal and toggle it to the background. Start a terminal. Run a app and toggle it to the background. That's the whole point of me having this. That's what I want. Now, you are, where are you at, my friend? You are at this GitHub location. Let's go to this GitHub location. Oh, okay. That doesn't even collapse. Ooh, this website needs help. We're gonna go here, and we are going to say Vladikis. All right, Vlad, Vlat. I don't know. We're gonna figure it out, buddy. So we're gonna say, oh, is it Vold? Oh, excuse me. Vold. Voldy KSS / Vim F term. Okay, flow term. There we go. All right, and we're gonna put a little comma thing there. There we go. And we're gonna put another comma thing there. There we go. Okay. All right. Now, oh yes, key map. Yes. Vim key map set config function. Vim key map set leader. Require. That's a bag of cats. Now, am I gonna need a key map in order to get you working? The AI terminal bit. Oh god. Oh, what's this? Special thanks to. Oh boy. AI terminal built for developers. Built for macros, Linux, and Windows. Yeah. Using the UVM terminal and the floating paper. Okay, cool. Installation. Boink. Vim Blue Dynamic Vortex. Right. Getting started. Call. Getting started. Use FlowTerm new to open a terminal window. Use FlowTerm toggle to hide reopen. Right. Start the. Okay, toggle. The file type of term buffer is that if you've opened multiple term instances, they will be attached to blah blah blah. Okay, so alright. FlowTerm new, for example, yada 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 yada. How to close FlowTerm previous last, blah 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 blah. FlowTerm high, FlowTerm kill, FlowTerm kill the current, FlowTerm instance. Okay, FlowTerm names kill. Instance, if it's the case, kill FlowTerms, okay. Sample tab, okay, do FlowTerm shell. FlowTerm opener, default, hide, FlowTerm instance, key maps. This plugin doesn't supply any default mappings. Okay, here are the configuration examples. Configuration example, new previous toggle. You can also use the key mix as shown. Let G equal leader. Okay, all options for the mappings are listed below. Alright, and then I can set those to. Note that the key mappings are set from the plugin flowterm.vim. So if you are using on-demand loading feature provided by some plugin managers, the key map will take effect. Help load plugins. The highlights. Yada 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 yada. Open. Toggle. All right, I'll figure all this out later. I ain't gonna do that tonight. But hang on, let's get this on here. I just want to get the main commands, right? Where were you? Oh, we're searching all over the place here. Toggle. Okay. Yeah, get started. Use new to open terminal window. Use toggle to hide or reopen that. There we go. That's all I care about now. Config function vim key map set nv leader xe require image wrap with abbreviations. Okay. What mode am I in? Change mode. Okay. Let me bring you to the other screen because I need to see the entire file. There we go. Oh god, that's delicious. Where are you at? Okay, here you are. There we go. Setmap leader. There we go. Local built-in Vim key map. Who else did I set up? Key nursery. Like thinky that. There we go. Function requires set of Vim. Here we go. Config. Yeah, like that. Okay. Require plugin setup. Fig function, right, that little wrapper. Leader M, yes. There we go, that's what daddy wants. Alright, let's do that. Version, lazy, dependencies, nope. Version, whatever, lazy, I don't remember. But we're gonna do this. Config equals function function config function require and inside oops I cannot tell where you are. Require name of thing nvim tree name of thing. So we'll say require vim flowterm. Okay. Require flowterm dot setup space squigglies, and then it will say vim dot keymap dot set. Open you open, and we'll say I can't exactly remember what that means, what in means, but we're gonna keep pushing. Okay, so we'll say close that and toggle that, and there should be a comma there and double quotes right, and then that closes that, and then we'll say leader. What do we want to say? TT. We'll do the TT again. TT leader. No, FT. There's another F though. Right. Who's the current F? I don't know. VT? Float term? I mean, like, float terminal seems to be the thing that you would want to say, right? Or terminal. Okay, let's start with terminal, and then we'll go to float terminal. How about that? Okay, now we want to say, use float terminal new to open a terminal window. Use float terminal toggle to hide, reopen that. Right. See it? Okay, hold on. Let's see what happens. God, that S sound is just too hard in my ears. I don't like it. I'm going to have to find a way to solve that very soon. Float term toggle. Okay, and then we'll say CR for control, I guess, right? Okay, alright, we're going to see if we can get this to do stuff. Now, did I type it right? Capital F, float toggle. Okay, all the things on the thing. Cool. Alright, okay, I have a error here someplace. So what did I forget? Require end. Okay. Okay, END. There we go. Alright, nice. So let's see how you work, my friend. Save that. Cool. Alright, now we're gonna go over here. And we're going to see if this my bad, knucklehead. Nvim, this spot here. Jesus Christ. Okay, cool. Flow term. Okay, cool. Okay. Already up to date. Vim flow term. Okay. Hey, this is using some sort of floating terminal thing, right? Some sort of interface. Okay, alright, flow term, rails, right? Message user, okay, clean. It is asking me to clean these. I don't know. Why would I clean? Oh, Neotree. Right. NVM dap go UI. It's asking to be cleaned. Okay, already up to date. So that's installed. Quit that. Let's go to any of these files. Global. Let's see. We've got leader. There's no T. Interesting. Okay. Leader. NVM toggle, right? Leader E. Leader TT. Leader T. Nope. Leader T. Nothing. Okay, so hold on. Quit. Let's go back. Error detected while processing buff enter. Auto commands for all. Fail to run config for Vim floater. Oh, wait. Wait, didn't Flowterm say you needed to do wait. His video, installation. The thing that with pip. Hold on. Neo? There we go. Flowterm get the Boolean new instance. Okay, wait. One support. Okay, feature support new Vim float when and Vim or new Vim with terminal feature. Okay, wait. Use NeoVim terminal in the floating pop-up window. Terminal for NeoVim. Hang on. Support. Wait a minute. Where's the pip thing? Besides, there's a NeoVim only highlight group. Help NeoVim. Use with command line tools. Unless otherwise specified. Flow term. Vim flow term not found. Module Vim flow term not found. Huh. Vim flow term. Oh. Oh. Maybe. Flow term. Module Vim flow term. The key map. Oh, you're looking at 469. Yeah. How do I set a key map? Oh boy. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, you know what? It has its own. Okay. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's come out and let me go back and re-edit this. Let me take out DD. Nope, get over here. Just that. DD. Okay, just you. We're just going to do that. So let's say, okay, we'll save that. We'll go back and start you up again. And let's say lazy. Oh, my bad. I always forget that that's capital L. Okay. Are you? What do we call this? This is a Vim flow term. Yep. Okay. Vim flow term. All right. Quit. Oh boy. I don't know. I gotta figure out how to do that thing. How to do the thing. I don't know. What's the package JSON? I'm gonna close that. There's nothing down here. F format buffer. Nope. Oops, my bad. Results, buffers, come out of here. I want to see. Oh yeah. Toggle. Wait, toggle. Toggle. Okay. So we want to see. I don't even know how to start you going. Floater, new. Whew. Floater new, floater newer, floater new. Christ. Okay. All right. So we're in a thing. Cool. There's our guy. Great, groovy. Okay. Now, how do I get back to? How do I get out of here? Right? How do I get back to this? Nope. Oh, interesting. Let's say flow term toggle, float term toggle, and then you're off. Okay, so you're there. Okay. And then can I do that? Flow turn back on. Alright, here's the big kahuna test. And I gotta change the width and all that too. We are in the right spot, right? Yeah, so let's do npm run dev. Okay, so you're running. Fantastic. Now I'd have to hit escape in order to come down here. Hit toggle, turn you off, right? We can see that everything is running. We go back to here, we run you. You are not running? Maybe you are not running. Okay, oh, interesting. Curious. Okay, so let's go back to the buffer. Let's go back here. Let's see. Oh, but you're there. It looks like that's still running. Localhost 3000. Oh my god, what's going on? Hang on. Localhost 3000. There you go. Okay. You needed to do that, I guess. I don't know. Okay, but it's still there. Okay, so it stayed. So now, how do I tell you to stop? In a regular terminal, would I just do Control C? That's a shenanigan. That's a shenanigan. Because if I hit Control Z, that's going to kill the entire thing. How do I exit this? Q? No. Control C? No. Control Z? Oh! It kept it. Oh, look at that. PS. Next server still running. Now I'm in a proper terminal instance. Okay, kill. Okay, yeah, actually here, let's run. This should still be running, right? Yeah, you look like you still running. I think you still running. Hold on, let's find out. Let's go to localhost 3000. Are you still running? Because something's running. Something's going on back here. But oh wait, what did you do? Where did you go? Oh no! Stop! Oh god, dang it! Come here. -9. Oh, interesting. Space causes a. Ooh, that S. Why does the mic grab the S sound so hard? What is the deal with that? Why is that so? Why is it so intense? Why is it so? Why does it hate the S so badly? Hang on, I'm gonna put a light amount of noise reduction on that and see if that does something. Ooh, it's starting to clip. Curious. There's not a lot of noise in the room right now. I mean, this is pretty quiet. But yeah, that's not digging it. It's not digging that at all. I'm gonna have to. I need something that processes the sound from the mic before it gets to the computer. It cannot do this and stream at the same time. Oh, I wonder. You know what? Hold on. This gives me an idea. Here, we're going to close that for now. Change a setting. Let's see. Advanced audio properties or properties? I think it's here. Use device timestamps. No, that's just that. There was something else. So hold on. Advanced audio? No, not that. Oh, maybe it's you. No, still not that. Where was it hiding? Okay, no. Come on, tell me some things here. Some Interpreters, filters. Filters. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Let's try this. No. Okay, we got a game thing that noise gate. Oh, noise gate. Okay. Noise gate or noise suppression? Let's try you first. Oh, that's delicious. Holy cow. That's nice. Ooh. Good quality, more CPU usage, huh? That's nice. Oh, wow. Let's see how this goes. Low CPU usage, low quality. Let's try you. What do you sound like? Let's see how you sound. Kind of canny. Slightly, yeah, there's a little canniness to it. This one does not sound canny. Okay, we're gonna play with this for a little while. This is decent. I mean, given in this scenario that I'm coding, now the next trick is, how do I show my other screen? Don't know if that's even possible. I have to plug the other one in. Alright, we'll worry about that later. But right now, okay, so that's cool because that's dead. So, next server, what the heck? Why is that? Oh my god. that's something that's, okay, so this is the thing that I gotta worry about is hitting spacebar while in the terminal creates all kinds of goofiness. Now, who do you really stop with that? 429. Let's clear that server. Okay, now that's really not running good. Alright, let's do a list. Great, ESLint, great. Let's do process. Boom. Oh, interesting. Defunct? We have some node stuff running. Okay. Can I hit exit? I don't know. There are stop jobs. I don't know what that will do. So I'm not gonna do that. Let's see. That brings me back to this. Escape brings me back to this. I can hit toggle new. Is there a toggle close? Please have a toggle close. Toggle new. Toggle on off. If you've opened multiple float terminals, they will be attached to a double circular linked list. My man, to a double circular linked list. Then you can use float next previous to switch between them. Note long-running jobs. Yarn watch inside the built-in terminal would probably slow down your operation. It's recommended to put them into the external terminals. Recommended to put them into the external terminals. Just a separate terminal. Okay, floater new options command open a if given execute shell float python float Okay, new Okay. Floater new auto close. The following command allows you to compile and run your C code in the floater window. Previous, next, first, last. Update. Toggle. Even a name. Hide window if n is given toggle. Okay. Show. Hide. Name. Kill. There we go. Kill the current floater instance. Alright, so kill. Okay, let's try kill. Boom, there we go. Now it's ended. Okay, alright, so there's some getting used to that. But that's a thing. Alright, all of that. Oh my god. Oh, side quests. Welcome to my brain. Alright, so I'm gonna leave this open for a minute because I'm gonna be playing with that. We will close that out. Thank you very much, sir, but it didn't work. And we are going to continue this. Now, are my friends online? Let's go take a look at some stuff here. Like, let's grab. I'm gonna put this down here too, otherwise I'm gonna lose it. Let's bring the chat to doodad up here. And I need to go see my friends. Where are my friends? Who is this soul? Do I know you? Let's see. Received a request. But who are you? Relatively new soul. Okay, alright, from Edra. I don't know, maybe. Let's see, maybe. I need you to chit chat. Let's look this one around. I spy with my eye motion. Is it a cat or something else? Okay. Alright, let me go see if my friends are online. Let's check that. Alright, and it's pretty late too, so I don't know. Alright, yeah, that's off. Okay, cool. Let's switch. And see if my friends are online. Yes, they are. They're probably wrapping up. I'm going to take a break for a minute. I'm going to be back though. And I'm going to continue this. Oh, just need to refocus my brain. Give me about an hour. And I'll be back in here, continuing with this route situation. And then I'm going to set up this API file and see if I can get the code over in Nest to show up in Next, right? Maybe I should move this over to the next folder so it's not blowing up my brain. But anyway, all right. Uncle Fonzo will be returning soon. Thanks for stopping by.